7 minutes past the hour. Hello and welcome into the Kickoff Hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba join us in 1 hour from now. The Good Time Gang will hold the fort down until then. I am Speedy alongside Greg Burgess, Michael Helms, Eddie Van Adler. We are the Good Time Gang here for the Kickoff Hour. We'll kind of just skim the headlines, maybe stop at some that intrigue us, talk some internal here, and because we got a lot of that going on, and then just wait for Rick and Bubba to join us for the main show. But thank you so much for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Right now we're internless, so it could be some unscreened phone calls, but that is on the table for you today. And as I said, Eddie Van Adler, we thank him for being here. He's got YouTube Live in HD. And over to my right, back and ready and saddled in is Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
What's up? What's up?
What up? What up?
Cleaned out and ready to go, friend?
Clean as a whistle.
There you go.
I wasn't no big deal.
No.
I thought it was. I put it off all these years.
Yeah.
So
well,
it's really not. It's nothing to it. Nothing.
You've done a good thing, making sure that you're good to go. Colonoscopy was what Greg was out for yesterday.
Yeah. Nothing, no reason except the fact I'm 55, never had one.
Yeah.
So now they tried to, I think they've moved it to 45 Helms.
Yeah.
But it wasn't that way when I was 45.
Yeah.
So I'm not 10 years late.
You're right.
It was 50 when I ignored it. So,
okay.
Just saying.
Well, I've ignored
2 years and in.
It was 50 when I started ignoring it, and I'm 52, and you have fired me up to schedule mine, so I reached
Adler's
out to my
went ahead and
doctor
said he's
yesterday.
going to do it anyway, even though he's way underage. He didn't care. He just wants to be a part of the conversation, he said.
You know, this is one part. This is a part of the conversation I never really want to be a part of.
No, who
at
wants
all.
that? Who wants that? I have so many questions for you.
It can get awkward.
I'm not
going
to.
Once you fall asleep, just get to that shot where you fall asleep.
Right.
Once that happens, next thing you know, you're in the car.
Right.
Yeah.
Really, I mean,
I love the anesthesia.
The prepping is not really what I want to know about
That
because
ain't that big a deal.
that's just
Ain't that big a
that's
deal.
given. What
Now,
I
you
want
don't need to plan a long trip somewhere if you're during all that.
Here's what I want to know.
You
What
stay
I want to
close.
know is I've prepped. I'm there. There's this uncomfortable moment in the doctor's office where I'm checking in, and I guess I'm in a robe or something.
Oh
I don't
yeah,
know.
you're in a robe.
And then all of a sudden, it's time.
They wheel you right in,
and
and they're
I'm
just talking to you.
and I'm still awake.
Yes, you're still
That's what I'm having a hard time.
You're gonna
with.
shoot one good moon, and then they knock you out. And
So
that's-
you see it?
well, I didn't know.
Oh, so there's not a
Well, there is. Yeah, there's a big monitor there, but
Uh-huh.
that goes back to Case's story. He claimed that's the last thing he saw was that on the monitor.
And I understand that those that are there, they do this every day. They see heinies all day long, and I get that. But it's just that
Not sure why they picked that specific medical world to go into, specialty.
Sure.
But
it just
they did, and we got to have them.
Good living out.
Yeah,
off
we got to
of
have
it.
them.
Yeah, got to have them.
I think it's one of them things that falls because Dr. Clark and I know and what he does. It just happens to fall under one of the many things he does.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's not all you do.
Yeah,
right.
He'll get your gallbladder too. You need that.
Sure he will.
Uh-huh.
So.
Yeah. While
But
you're
this
there.
is on the table.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But all kidding aside, PSA, and then I'm done with it. But I was the guy that, but nothing. If you're putting it off because of that, don't do it.
Okay.
It's easy. Nothing to it.
And you did all your stuff, your prep, like you were supposed to.
No big deal.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
No big deal.
Yeah. I've got to go back to this. So how long are you awake and you know that
Really worried about this.
your hiney's out in the open? And are they talking
Minutes.
like things like, hey, man, love the show. How you doing?
Yeah.
And there's your butt?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, right up. Here's the deal. You're wheeled in and you're covered, obviously, and then they get you in position. And then
What is the position?
Well, you're laying on your side.
Okay. On your
And,
okay.
Like
you're posing for a picture?
This is what I do remember, and I'm not making this up. She goes, "How do you like your pillow?" It was real thin. She goes, "You want me to double it?" I said, "Y'all need some of my pillows." And they were like, "Oh." I threw a little of that in there.
Okay.
But
you thought you'd make everybody laugh?
yeah, well, I thought, yeah.
Were they behind the mask?
Yeah, shut up. But then, right then, I mean, just when you're really fixing to be embarrassed, you're asleep.
Okay. So that's what I need.
And just,
not
I mean,
not
now
me
they may
out.
have a different method where you're going. They may expose you as you're coming down the hall. I
No,
don't know.
please don't.
But
Please don't.
yeah.
But yeah, okay. And then you wake up. What about so afterwards when it's over? Do you go eat right afterwards? How long?
Yes, I did. I was starving.
And so when you started taking all the concoction and everything, you can't eat
No,
at
you
all.
can't eat.
So they
When did
say,
you start that up on Sunday? When did you start drinking that Miralax and
About 1 o'clock.
Gatorade?
I got a tip. It said on the paper 3 o'clock, but Lisa's cousin, who's a nurse that works there, she said you need to back it up
Just a few
really?
hours.
Go ahead and start it.
Yeah, get everything out.
And so you didn't eat
because you don't want to be
till-
that guy that when you put you on the table, you go, "Hang on, I got to get up."
No, please don't let that happen to me.
So you're like 18 hours,
no,
20
no.
hours without eating?
Yeah, I
Oh,
quit
my
eating
God.
Saturday night about 7:30.
Okay, that was my question. So it wasn't like you had to wait. You stop eating at 12 Sunday. You could go ahead and have dinner just like you normally would for
Wait,
any
you
other.
said Saturday.
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 Oh, Saturday.
Sunday, you can only drink clear liquids and like eat Jello and
All day?
broth.
So
Yeah, broth and stuff.
So what did-
popsicles,
just
Jell-O.
liquids. So
Did you
wow.
have all that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sunday, what'd you have? I need to
Just-
know exactly.
You know he's not going to order anything by himself. He's going to do your playbook through
Well,
this
no,
entire
no,
thing.
you
This
know-
is like going to a restaurant with
I
him.
just drank a lot of coffee. You
Well,
can
my
drink black coffee.
Well, my doctor's going to send me somewhere else.
And look,
I know it.
he scheduled this the day you were doing yours.
He's going.
Well,
and
that
now he's going to write down every single
is.
thing that you had to eat.
Yeah.
Every
that-
time in
you
which
were-
you had
you
the
were
Gatorade
all
and
over it.
Miralax.
Well, that was the plan. Is
Yeah, yeah.
hey, I'm going to get you
you've been
through
to
it.
lunch with him.
No, I've got the doctor is going to send me to one, and I know.
What'd
I'll
you
get-
order, Greg?
I'll get a sheet.
I
I
ate
get
one
that,
thing of chicken
but I
broth.
need to know.
I had me a little chicken broth, and the rest was like Jell-O. And I didn't even eat Jell-O. I drank a pot of coffee. Well, not a pot, but a lot
Okay.
early that morning because you can have black coffee.
Oh, that's good.
And then just really nothing.
Okay.
Watched a lot of TV, didn't you?
How hungry were
Yeah.
you?
Class Action Park, watch that.
Oh
documentary.
yeah, you're a little behind.
Look, we've
on
already
that.
covered that, but did y'all see that in Oxford yesterday?
Yes.
How about
Yes.
that? Anyway,
Good
I
night.
was looking at the TV.
Mm-hmm.
But I watched Class Action Park documentary. I mean, like I said, we've already talked about it, so there's no sense
Yeah,
going into it. But
yeah.
I'm just going to tell you something. That ain't nothing but the 80s in a nutshell.
Right.
That's what I loved about it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, anything goes. We're having a good time. Oh, somebody broke their leg. Hey, don't let that stop the party.
Mm-hmm.
Loved it.
So you were watching that Sunday while you were
Yeah.
laid up.
Yeah, you need to stay close to the bathroom.
Right. Real close.
When did all that start? Like how quick?
Oh, within an hour.
Really?
Now, here's the deal. You take, like, this Dulcolax, and then a couple hours later, you start drinking all that junk.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you did good. You followed all the instructions.
yeah.
Was it a run to the bathroom or just kind of a
Nah.
walk? Like, oh, I feel something.
I was in control.
Okay.
Now, you may not have that kind
I
of
was in
control. I don't know.
control.
You may not be as in control as I am
Right. Got it.
in
Got
that
it.
department. I
Right.
don't know.
Uh-huh. And what time of yesterday morning did you have this procedure done? Like 7, 8? Something?
I had to be there at 6.
Okay.
And they were probably about 7.
And what'd you eat afterwards? What was your choice?
Jack's biscuit and hash browns.
That goes through
good.
you pretty quick.
Nah.
Okay. So
Listen,
after
you're
it's
cleaned
over,
out, buddy.
yeah. So after it's over, it's game on.
Yeah.
Back to normal.
Yeah.
Glad you're back, buddy.
Me too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For YouTubers, we're playing Rat, Lay It Down. And all this reminds me of is high school. That's it. I mean, you know, when you hear music, especially from long ago, it brings you back to that time, and this is it. I'm in Bobo's Jeep, and we're headed to school.
Loving it.
Top down. Huh?
Yeah.
Got my red mullet going. You don't think I
remember
had
the
it
Rat
going?
run.
It's Friday morning.
I saw him in concert a couple times.
Hey, it's Friday morning. Wearing our jerseys to school.
Trying to get fired up.
Yeah.
That time of year.
Yeah, it is.
It's Friday night.
We have
Kicks it
senior night. Can you believe? And we've talked about
Well, let's
this.
go ahead and get that out of the way then.
Our youngest.
Y'all gonna go ahead and get a game one?
Yeah, and I've seen
Smart, by the way,
I see a
especially
lot-
what's going on.
I see a
That's a
lot
good
of. They
point.
did it last year,
Definitely.
and I see a lot of high schools doing it. They do them early,
Yeah.
and so this Friday night is senior night at Helena High School, where our youngest plays football, and of course Terry's volunteered us to hang the senior banners, and so I've got to do
Oh,
that this
great.
week.
I bet you love that.
And,
Thanks, honey.
You
yeah.
hope there's not a lot of seniors.
Right. I think I don't know how many there are, but I got a sneak peek of Reese's senior banner,
Yeah.
and I don't know what he was thinking. I have no idea, and I hadn't even sent this to Adler, and I'm just bringing it up. This was not planned, Ad. I'm sorry, but I was sent this yesterday by a friend of mine who works with a company that made the banners. And he said, please look at Reese Wilburn. And, you know, you're supposed to have like this mean look, you know, like, hey, I'm a football player. He is just a grinning, and he's holding a football, and I'm sending it over to Adler. And he's holding a football like he's a running back when he's a lineman. He's just a funny little kid, but it
I
really
like him smiling. This fake scowl.
there's something
That's a
to
bit
that.
to me.
But him, I mean, this is him. He's always
Right.
smiling.
How about
and-
me, you?
Yeah. So we'll be hanging those banners this week, and then Friday night it'll be senior night. So we'll have that. I cannot believe we have a senior. That's our youngest. And I don't know why the other two, you know, hey, dealing with it. The youngest being a senior. We're having, you know, hey, the babies.
The
growing
nest
up.
is about empty.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
There
boy,
it
is it though. So we got that going on. Yesterday, Greg, I had while you were having your colonoscopy.
Okay, buddy. We can mention it.
I had a full skin check.
I noticed you got a couple Band-Aids
and,
over there.
I got to go. I done pushed my
They
back.
popped you, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
I'm in trouble.
Well, they always
You've
do.
been like
They
3
always
times
do.
since I've been.
Yeah.
And
They,
we were kind of drafted together because remember we both had to go get the.
See, to me,
Mohs- yeah, the
honestly,
Mohs
I'm
treatment.
going to be honest about something. To me, what you went through yesterday is more demoralizing than what he went through because he at least was put out.
Yes,
Right.
You're right.
yeah.
There's only a split second. Like you're standing there in your undies and they're just popping you with,
Then they start looking between your toes.
They do.
Yeah.
And everywhere else.
Yeah. And then you got
you
that.
think, man, I should have cut my toenails.
Yeah.
And then you got that third udder they're always concerned
Yeah,
about.
what's that
Well,
about?
no, all
Did
right.
they freeze it off?
Just hang on.
Try nip.
Good night. I feel like I'm getting punched in the corner. So it started off with
the tri-nip
spots
dangerous
on
or
my
not?
spots on my head. Right? They're always,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh,
let
yeah.
me freeze that. Let me freeze this. Freeze.
Do they give you any kind of warning like, hey, all right, I got one I'm going to hit? And
I already know, being a veteran, I already know what they're going to hit because
Oh,
you can.
okay.
I mean,
You can tell.
I mean, yeah, it's your
Okay.
skin. You can feel where they're going to. You know
got one right here.
that. Yeah. See, and if you let that go, Greg,
I know.
it starts digging in and rooting in.
So when you went in, you were like,
don't want
oh,
that.
they're definitely going to get this, and they're definitely going to, okay. All right.
And see, there's the blue light option, the PDT deal, where
A little more intensive,
You
isn't
know,
it?
you can sit under the blue light, and we've talked about that.
Yeah.
It's like 10 in bed times 10, and it basically takes all those
That layer. Yeah.
off, and that's always an option. But I've realized that the method is have them freeze it off, and then that heal, and then do the PDT. If you really
Okay.
want to, I mean,
Take care of you.
oh boy, let me tell you. So I knew going in, hey, this is going to be an issue, and so they went to popping, freezing, I should say. And so I've got you. It's not really showing up today, but just wait for the rest of the week. It's going to look like a cat got a hold of me. I'm going to be swelling up all over the place, like little marks, I guess, where they froze it off, and it heals quickly. But there was a couple that they said, oh, we're cutting this. We're making sure. And one of them here is on my cheekbone. And then there was this, because you got to lay there, and they really,
Oh,
I mean,
boy.
they're
Analyzing your body is what they're doing.
Yeah, and we even had a song, Tri-Nip from Mississippi.
Yeah, which is a good one.
Yeah, it is.
It was a snappy little tune.
It was.
Went a little something like this.
Right, and we had to examine that a little bit. Told her it was a birthmark. She was really.
She goes, that looks like a nip.
Third brisket.
Yeah, and and so there was some convincing. There was some convincing there.
He's got 3 cans.
Yeah, because you got to have your mask on.
3-pack.
Right, so I've got my
Let
mask
us see
on.
it.
No.
Okay.
I'm not doing that.
I kind of want to see it. I've never seen it before. I kind of want to see it.
Well, you can't see it. I mean, it's bare. I mean,
Can
it's
I feel
barely
it?
there.
You had to be the one.
feel it?
You had to be the one that told you.
But something's wrong with you.
I wanted
today.
to see that reaction. Well, I mean,
You got something going on, buddy?
Take a Sharpie and mark it.
yes, circle it. For me.
You had to have brought this to the show because no way anybody got that close to see it, right?
Yeah. This was way back for all you Rick and Bubba veterans. This is a old story.
But did you just one day go, man? I think I got it.
It was a really good song, and Bubba has it. I think he said in his safe at home on Dad or something like that. I can't remember.
Wow.
But Tri-Nip from Mississippi, and it was just an uncomfortable discussion. And she had some helpers in there and some people that were shadowing her, and to see them looking like, what's that? What?
Well, I think one of the reasons it's uncomfortable, you're in your underwear.
Right, and they got that paper cloth that they say throw over you,
know.
and the thing won't stay like tight like a blanket, and so it's just the little bit, like if the air conditioner comes on, it flies up.
And Helms is right. You're awake during that.
And they're wonderful. They're so nice and so kind. Because again, I have to put in my mind, they do this every day. You're just another body to them. This is just more skin for them.
I've said this before. This is a world I've neglected.
Yeah.
Yeah, see,
But
I don't need to play around with
look right here. They pop here on my hand, right here, all up in my arms and stuff. And so,
What's that feel like when they're popping it?
I feel good, like a bee stinging you.
Okay, right, that's good. Thank you for that.
Yeah. But I mean, you
That's
sit
not
there,
gonna get me right in there to do it.
You just sit there and take it. But then when they go, oh no, we're gonna get that one. Oh, we got to get this one. Then comes the little deadening needle shot, and then they scrape it off, and then you got to wear a Band-Aid for like a week. So which I won't do.
What do you give that? 24.
Let me get a Band-Aid on this nip.
She's like, oh, what's this? I hadn't seen that before. So birthmark.
So you missed that.
It looks like a.
Hey, is this an udder?
Is this a Tri-Nip?
Wait a minute. We may have a third nip. Hey, y'all, come here and look at this.
Yeah, before you know it, there's like 10 people with
Y'all
masks
ever
on
seen
looking
one of
in.
these?
Where's the magnifying glass? Let me get in there. Anyway, that was that extremely uncomfortable moment.
They should have froze it all.
Yeah.
Then we quit talking.
Y'all
about
feel this?
it. Come here and feel this. It's an otter.
Right. And my butt is not getting any sun. I don't know why we look at it.
Rick and
Let's
Bubba.
go.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Kickoff Hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. Welcome in. As we roll on back, we are pleased to announce that the entire Good Time Gang is here today, and looking forward to Rick and Bubba joining us for the main show. And we have discussed a number of different things. Greg was out getting his deal done, and I had a full body check yesterday. And let me recommend everybody needs to do that. You put it off, and I know I get that. And I was joking because I was telling Reese, because Reese was like, Dad, you do this every 6 months, and for me and my skin tone and the fact I'm bald and all that, it's like going to the dentist every 6 months. You just get your skin checked every 6 months. And sometimes they freeze one or two little spots, and then some days you go and there's a little bit more. And it's weird that some things pop up where it gets no sun at all. And you really, I told Reese this, I said, son, when you're 52, you pay for what you did in your 20s, getting sunburn all the time on your back and all that. And there's I think there's a shot of his senior picture there. So that's going to be on the banner. Thank you, Ed. So I was going over that with him yesterday because I was telling Terry, I can't remember the last time I just had my shirt off in the sun doing something, but they found 2 spots on my back that they had to.
I know.
They got to send off, and I'm like, well, man, I haven't been getting any sun. What's up with that? So a lot to talk about here today, Greg. I've got a story that you're going to love, absolutely love. When I saw this, I was like, this is so Greg. I mean, let me set it up this way. So up in Tennessee, and it's actually where I think it's Clay Travis, where his kids go to school. It falls into that school district. There is a lady there that is the Tennessee. Let's see here. She's now former Tennessee vaccine chief. She claimed about a month ago that she received a muzzle in the mail from Amazon to her state office from an anonymous individual prior to her being terminated. Okay, and this is going back a month.
She was fired for her.
Well, she is a former top vaccine official who was fired last month after sharing a memo on a state law permitting kids to get vaccinated without parental consent. She was caught by the government ordering a dog muzzle to her office and claiming it was sent as a threat.
Wait a minute.
So she claimed originally that she received a dog muzzle in the mail to her office as a threat to, hey, you need to shut up. Well, what they find out, though, is that on her credit card statement, she's the one that ordered the dog muzzle and sent it to herself.
Jesse Smollett deal is what we got.
Yeah, that's it. New details emerged
more often than we.
Yeah. Apparently there was an investigation by the State Department of Safety and Homeland Security, and through a subpoena, officials realized the item in question was purchased with a credit card that has her name on the credit card.
They would check that?
I don't know.
Well, this moron deserved to have been fired. I bet she wasn't a very good vaccine chief or whatever you call her.
The result
She's that stupid. In
the investigation that the purchase from both Amazon accounts were charged to the same American Express card in the name of her. And so investigators realized that, wait a minute, this whole story about somebody sent me a dog muzzle to shut me up and I'm, look at me, I'm standing up, I'm brave, I've got this to say. No, actually, you just sent it yourself. You ordered it and sent it to yourself.
First of all, somebody sent me a dog muzzle, wanting me to shut up. I wouldn't really be scared by it.
Right.
2, again, and it falls under the Munchausen umbrella here.
Right.
This goes on more than you think, by the way, because people love to be a victim in today's world. So what better way to be a victim than send yourself a dog muzzle? Oh, and don't forget you're losing your job, so you're going for sympathy.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. Oh, but by the way, if you're going to do that, maybe not use your credit card.
Probably not.
Because when they're investigating who sent it to you, since you claim that you're scared, they're going to look and see, well, I'll tell you the first place we're going to check and see what they paid for it with. That never went off in their mind that they may see my name on it.
That's you kind of tilt your head.
That's first place.
Yeah.
I'm not an investigator, but I believe that's step 1.
Pretty easy investigation, wouldn't you agree? Yeah, let's get her statements. Oh wow, here it is right here. Dog muzzle Sent right to. Oh, wow. It's got her name on the credit card. Guys, she sent it to herself. Anyway, I saw that story, and I'm like, this is so Greg.
Yep.
So Greg.
Their punishment she should have to wear it for a week.
That would be great. Maybe she has to wear the muzzle and pay back any money that was spent investigating.
Yeah. Well, now her and her husband, who I think her husband,
he probably would like her.
I think her husband ran for office about honesty and transparency and all this kind of stuff. Anyway.
Wait a minute! You're telling me there's a politician that's up there just saying one thing and living another? So you got to be kidding me.
They've had to like they're moving. They're leaving the state of Tennessee.
They might as well.
They're getting out of there.
Dog muzzle.
And did y'all see the story where old Purple Hair for the U.S. women's soccer? It's come out now where she basically was bullying everybody taking knee.
Rapinoe.
Yeah.
Is that how you say her name?
Yeah. Was it Hope Solo that was saying former teammate? Here's the deal. And we've talked about it. Which, again, she even refers to this, how they quit not playing the national anthem on the teams out there takes the pressure off of everybody.
Yeah.
That way, because we've said it before, a lot of these people kneeling are not, they don't really want to, but they feel like they have to.
Right.
You eliminate the national anthem, then you don't put anybody in that position.
Yeah.
So I say don't let the players be out there while it's played.
But so now it makes you question, out of the roster of those taking a knee, how many of them really felt pressure?
Really, that's right.
And Hope. I mean, she basically was saying she was bullying other teammates to, hey, you need to take a knee.
Yeah. Anytime that if it comes down to I don't want to be the only one that don't do it. I'm gonna look bad. I guarantee you, in the majority of this kneeling situation, I bet you there's at least 30% that don't want to be down there. Yeah. And I think I'm being probably.
I was going to say you're being generous.
Light.
Yeah.
Right.
Feel pressure.
Yeah.
And put it this way, they go, well, I mean, I really don't feel this way, but it ain't that big a deal. I'd rather do this, not have to listen to it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be the outcast.
No. But I don't doubt it. And I saw I think I saw a couple of weeks ago where Subway was like, okay, we're
some
done.
Of the franchise,
we're done.
The
done.
Franchise owners are going, look, we're catching blowback.
Yeah, because she endorses them. Yeah. And so I think we're gonna. Some of them were like, hey, we got to cut ties here. We'll see how that plays out. But those were two of the stories that I saw yesterday afternoon. That I was like, well, Greg Burgess has got
these people who make themselves victims, but that's just I can't wrap my mind around it.
But to y'all's point, look, we're just public school educated kids, right? That grown up now. And we got enough sense not to mail something to ourselves that we bought with our own credit card.
Yeah, I think you don't have to be a criminal mastermind to come up with that.
Right. I mean, can't you buy dog muzzles like in stores locally? I mean, if you had to.
You'll get a gift card.
I mean, heck, put a wig on and go pay cash for it. I'm not telling you what to do, but
you
probably
got them in a wig.
Well, I mean, But, I mean, I'm not. I mean, how do you trade? You see what I'm saying?
You don't use your credit card, I'll tell you that. That's step one.
Golly. Insane. Cannot believe that. But anyway, I just saw that story, and I knew that one Greg Burgess had to weigh in on it.
Now, anytime anybody gets something, there's a story about somebody getting something like that, I automatically go, they probably did it themselves.
Yeah. That kind of was the commentary on that. It was like, okay, if this looks so if this looks just so clean and so obvious that we have to look into this. We got to. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. A lot of other stories, of course, a number of them about Afghanistan and COVID-19.
That's going good.
Yeah, it looks good. And Rick and Bubba will join us at top of the hour. I know they have a lot of breakdown on that. It got so bad, you see where Obama had to turn off notifications for his social media. People were commenting so much on it yesterday. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. Everybody back here. Greg was off yesterday, back today, so everyone is settled in for the Good Time Gang here, giving you the Kickoff Hour. Rick and Bubba join us for the main show right after the top of the hour commercial break. This portion of the show is brought to you by SSI. And, you know, we've talked a lot about Bob Carey and SSI and the national sales team. They do an amazing job, and I can't believe that we've been partnering with them for 16 years. It goes back to 2005. That's a long time, boys. 16 years goes by fast. If you don't think it does, Brady's 16, and it doesn't feel like it does it. But they do an amazing job, and if your business, if you are in the market to go, you know what, we need to get a message out there. Let us suggest Rick and Bubba SSI sales team, because we have a number of different options for you. Of course, we have terrestrial radio, which we love. We also have YouTube, Blaze TV feeds. We've got the 24/7 TuneIn app, digital radio channel, all the social media platforms, podcast, online showcasing opportunities at rickandbubba.com. The list goes on and on. So we encourage you to think about us when you want to get that message out. You can call 203-431-0790 or drop an email to Rick and Bubba, spell out and, Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. And we just thank them so much. If you want to have a national sales opportunity, that's an option for you. And let us just take this time to thank all the local affiliates as well, and your sales teams in each market. They do a phenomenal job and have a very tough job nowadays, and they do a great job at it. So we thank them for their work here at the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so a segment left here, and there's a number of things to go through. I know, Helmsy, it's never fun when you have a situation at the house where you've got plumbing, electrical, just handles at the house. Now, of course, it's great that you were able to use one call because they do it all at Stegall.
Just having such a good day.
One call does it all.
But I understand you had some plumbing problems.
I did. So man, it was
You have a little backup.
Is that a loser?
rolling through what I would consider a pretty special Monday.
Yeah.
Like just getting things done, no carpool duties, kind of having my day.
Thought
Kind
you
of
could have something.
thought I could have something. Played some tennis and just came home around, I don't know. Maddie comes home about 2:30. And so I just had to be home. I just what I'm told on Mondays, just be home by 2:30. So I went and hung out with the boys and played some tennis and came home about 2 o'clock, got a shower. Everything was fine. And then Braden and Caroline come rolling in about 3:45. They're getting ready to go to their tennis stuff.
Yeah.
And Braden goes, Dad, something's wrong with a commode.
Oh, you never want to hear that.
You don't want to hear that.
And I said, goodness.
Boo.
I said, look in the shower. Is it backed up again? We had this problem a couple of weeks ago. So anytime you'd flush the commode in the downstairs, it would overflow. It wouldn't overflow. It would back up into the tub. And I thought, well,
buddy.
They fixed it. And so I thought, well, you know what this means? And Braden said, what? I said, got to call Stegall. And so I called him. Called him immediately. I thought, you know what?
Doug.
Should I wait till tomorrow? It's
Yeah,
getting late. It's getting
right.
late in the day. They don't want to hear from me, and we got other bathrooms we can use. Whatever. Of course, it's a mess down there. I mean, it looks good.
Yeah.
And so I call them, and they're like, "Hey, we've actually got somebody pretty close. They'll run by.
That's
pretty
great
soon."
to hear, isn't it?
Hey, within 15 minutes, they were at the house.
Wow.
Which was crazy.
Waiting on you.
So Jason, love Jason. Jason
Jason.
gets after it, and he shows up, and he gets to going through it, and he's like, "Hey, here's your issue.
Not a good thing.
You're not gonna believe they start when they start pulling roots
Roots are not
through your commode line.
Oh no.
Um,
and now how old is your house?
House is
People-
built in
a lot of people-
1974.
Okay.
So it's an old one.
Yeah.
And he said the good news
A lot of roots
is,
between
Yeah.
yeah, he said, first of all, these pipes are horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He said, and nothing you did. It's just, it's an
Time.
old house.
Time.
Right.
He said, so, what I can do, he said, I'm going to clean it out so that y'all can continue to use it and you'll get back to normal. He
Thank
said,
you.
but I'm also going to look outside. He said, I'm going to run the camera through this. He said, I think we've got, I think there's a bigger issue past the house and we'll try to figure that out. So my goodness, they left the house last night at 8:45. You got to come back today and do a little. He's like, hey, do you want me to put that commode back? And I'm like, look, if you want to wait till tomorrow, like
Right.
I know you guys must be exhausted.
Yeah.
And what that meant was me selfishly going,
I'm done.
I'm done for the day. I'm ready. Daddy
Right.
needs to go to bed.
Yeah.
But I could tell they were willing to give me a lifeline there because they were done with it too.
It's like
Right.
somebody just agreed to this.
Yes.
Let's get out of here.
You went from
And,
playing tennis with the boys to, hey, I'm here
just-
I got plumbing problems.
I'm waiting on plumbers. And it was not when they have that machinery, they have that thing they pull in on wheels and they get in there and it just cranks and it's digging out whatever it is. And when you see roots hanging off of it from a good healthy tree, it's not good. So
I guess the plan now, you got to go out further than the roots and put all new stuff.
So he had to try to figure out, okay, is
Where's
there a
the break?
blockage?
Yeah.
What's going on? And so anyway, he yes, that now ultimately that's an expensive job.
Sure
and
it
we're
is.
trying to stay away from that.
But hey, if there's roots in, that means there's a break somewhere. There's a crack.
Yeah.
If the roots are in there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
How about that?
Yep.
About
You're
that?
right, Speedy.
How about that, Mr. Helms?
So come back today. We'll get the commode and all that back in place and usable, and then we'll address the bigger issues.
Yeah, I don't know what you call it, but that little thing it's like
Yeah.
a little snake camera or whatever.
I
they
love
pull in
they
there.
ran that camera in there, and they
Yeah.
got that monitor. It's pretty amazing
Kind of
what
like
they can
having they
see.
used on me.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the same thing
Right.
they used on you, Greg.
Dirty pipe.
Both dirty pipes.
No roots.
Hey, it'll really show you. It'll really tell you what's in there.
Yes.
It's like, wow, so that's in there.
Pretty fascinating. There was one moment where
There's
I
the
was
problem.
going,
There it
hey,
is.
hey, pull that back a little bit. What was that?
Yeah.
You get in. He's like, I want to show you something real quick, and that turns into, hey, run that back down there. What was that now?
What's that?
What is that deal?
Oh, there's another root.
I don't know.
There's your problem. When would they go? Hey, there's your problem right there.
Yeah, expensive issue. We'll have to.
Well, we're gonna have to go on out about 15 feet from the house and dig it up.
When they
replace
were following pipe into the woods last night at the back of the house near the power line, I thought, what is going on?
Hey, stop! Are you serious?
Yeah.
That far?
Well, they're trying to figure out is this on you? He said, first of all, the pipes themselves that are mine that are on my property there are some issues there that they think they can fix.
PIPE.
Okay.
But there may be the break that we're talking about, and some of these roots may actually be in the main Jefferson County sewer line or whatever. So they're trying to game plan it and figure all that out. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. And of course it was 8:45 and I was halfway listening. So I mean,
you just wanted over.
I was like, Maddie came in there at like 8:52 and she was like, are they just now leaving? And I said, yes,
wow.
sweetie, they are.
They sure are.
They've been working hard. They've been getting after it. She goes, my goodness. So
yeah, well, at least Braden had heads up enough to say, Dad, we got a problem.
Shows me some growth and maturity with him because he would have, in the past, he would have just did what he needed to do and flushed it and moved on.
Right.
And
Prior
been
to
a bigger
being
mess.
16,
Yeah.
it would have gone on for weeks.
Went, oh, yeah.
And then, hey, anybody know about it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw it last week.
Yeah.
You know, so at least he's maturing a little bit just by having a birthday.
I know.
God love him. Well, good. I'm
So,
glad.
yeah, that was our.
Yeah.
I did. I really thought I could have something, and that was my mistake.
You did.
And won't let that happen anymore. You do. You'll have 3 or 4 day run, and then you think that's really good. And you think, okay, I'm living large. Things are well. And then you just get slammed. And you're like, well, try to tell you. The other shoe always drops.
That's it.
Always.
Always. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Rick and Bubba join us for another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for supporting the Kickoff Hour as we get things rolling for the guys. Don't go anywhere. And don't forget, rickandbubba.com, our website. Everything Rick and Bubba's there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour.
Day without
The Rick and Bubba
brother.
Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun, and we got a lot to do. We got to unpack another one.
Waking on
And
the
look forward to
blubber.
talking to you, too, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. But here comes our national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Much to do going forward. Speedy and the real Greg Burgess is back from the Bud Hut. He's back. Adler also here. Helmsley. They've given you a kickoff hour along the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, the podcast archives, the TuneIn app, live and archived on our YouTube channel. We're all here, and we're ready to unpack another one. And that will include speaking with you, which kind of fires us up. Finding out what's on your mind today. Will of Meat is in play. That could happen on the program today. Paying attention for that. Look right there. There's the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. He got number 12 on his jersey, but he's number 1 in your heart. Most of you know him best as the Silver-Tongued One, the man with the golden voice, Professional Lunch Eater's Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Fox on the Run.
Also sang Love is Like Oxygen.
And Ballroom Blitz.
Yep. Well,
And-
those are three. I mean,
No, don't
those
leave
are-
little Willie out. Little Willie, Willie walk.
I think we ought to have sweet bed music here for the first 2 hours.
It'll be sweet bed music, and it'll be sweet to hear sweet.
Yes, it will. And that's what
Fox
you know what? I really don't feel like, and maybe it's just me that they get enough credit.
Why did we play that?
I don't know. We played that.
That's a great song.
We played that in Mystique and Silent Rain, didn't we?
That and Ballroom Bliss.
And yeah, when
know
our Ballroom Bliss was good.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
And it was on the jukebox at our local Pizza Hut.
Was it really?
Oh yeah. Used to love to hear it.
Oh yeah. Now Little Willie was nothing but AM radio to me.
Yeah.
That's right. I remember hearing that. I remember hearing that with Three on the Collar.
Oh yeah.
Love Is Like Oxygen was the later one.
Seemed like it.
Yeah.
Seemed like I was more normal then.
Yeah.
And I didn't know
like
what
the show was it preceded the show, but not by a whole lot.
Yeah, and I remember hearing when I heard Ballroom Blitz, I didn't know what to do with that. That was the oddest song. I didn't know what to do with that.
But you
that was
loved
nothing
it.
but skating rinks first time.
Can I tell you what you have to be careful of when you get into the world of? Because I enjoy.
What do we know about that band? I don't know.
Not a lot, but what they were kind of a glam kind of thing.
Oh, they influenced a lot of people.
Yeah. So I was, but I love to try. Which be careful because a lot of times, we went through an era. A lot of songwriters were using psychedelics, and things of that nature.
Yeah.
But if you try to go in, I love to try to figure out what the song means. Now I have discovered because of modern day technology, you can pretty much find out what any song means now. But the problem is either they're messing with us or they're just being straight up. A lot of times you'll find out they don't mean anything.
Yeah.
And that drives me crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't stand. Can I tell you one that keeps coming back that he says it doesn't mean anything?
Hotel California.
No, Leave On.
That is a strange song.
Because I've always wanted. Because he talks about, which did happen. New York Times. Some guy wrote an op-ed in I think '66 saying God is dead. He took on the thing. Said, look, if the way things are, God may not be around anymore. And then Time Magazine put on the cover,
Right.
God is dead. And they unpacked all these theologians that started what if God doesn't live forever and he really existed but now he's gone? Mm-hmm. And so that's in the song. So I thought, well, and then of course he names his child Jesus because he likes the name. I thought, well, this has got some great spiritual, some kind of, definitely not biblically accurate. But I go there and Bernie Taupin, who wrote it, he was like, no, and then he puts a guy's name in there that nobody knows who the name is. Alvin Tossinger held the Sun today.
Yeah, what was that?
Well, if you look, the guy who wrote the op-ed first, Is God Dead? His last name was similar.
Oh, okay.
So I think he saw that headline and then just started kind of, doing psychedelics and writing something. And he said, honestly, this is not a story that really means anything. It's just a bunch of
Words.
It's just stuff that I threw together that was kind of weird. And I was like, well, thanks for that. I've been on a journey to nothing.
Yeah, that's an odd one.
Sweet is still performing, by the way, Rick.
No, they are not. No, they are not.
And you need to catch a look at them.
Good.
Which means there's like one member that was
I was about to say,
actually,
they looked
and he
odd.
probably wasn't an original member.
They all looked odd when they were in their prime.
They referred to themselves as Glam Titans.
Yeah, glam. I knew the glam was in there because they had all the, the wild colors and wild hair and makeup and all this kind of stuff. So that's them now.
Yes.
Oh my
How you
God.
like that? How you like that guy?
Oh my gosh.
Well, a lot of them I can tell aren't original because they're too young.
Right. Those two.
I don't know. Some of
guy
them look
with the
like
long,
they've been
weird
around
hair.
long enough to be original.
I think the guy with the long weird hair has got to be the only one.
Yeah, I
guessing.
remember him, by the way, when you see pictures and stuff of him. But I mean,
I just don't know that much about them compared to other
Pretty talented
bands that we
bunch.
used to hear a lot.
yeah, pretty talented bunch. Yeah. So anyway,
They have a history
Lot of-
section here on their website. So
Yeah.
A lot of famous people refer to them as influences.
yeah. Oh yeah. That's. I used to get them in Slade.
Slade,
confused.
they come out the same.
Weren't they in the same world?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's.
Kind of like Slade.
I did too. Didn't really know what I was dealing with.
Yeah.
All right. So
Didn't they have a record come out like later during our time?
Yeah. They did.
Did you know? Did you know the original name of the band was Sweet Shop, later shortened to The Sweet, and then just Sweet?
Huh?
I knew they were the Sweet at one time.
You did.
I
not.
didn't know.
You need to be worrying about your colonoscopy. 15 minutes past. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My dreams are getting so strange. I'd like to tell you everything I see. What do you say, buddy? She thinks she's the passionate one. Was it lightning? Yep. Find yourself in the middle of a ballroom blitz, put your back up against a wall.
All right, we used to eat lunch with somebody that would not sit down unless their back was up against the wall.
Well, see, that's somebody's been through one.
That's right. Rick, who did the cover version of that?
Well, there were several.
The girl on Wayne's World.
Crocus.
Yeah.
Crocus
is what I'm
did
thinking
one, and then that
Crocus.
woman on.
I'm out of the loop on Crocus.
Oh, that was an 80s Swedish metal band.
That sounds like
Sweden.
that sounds like something off Star Trek.
Yeah.
You don't remember Screaming in the Night?
The Crotus are coming
You
in.
don't remember Screaming in the Night.
Saul.
How about Midnight Maniac?
That was a good one.
Yeah.
Played it a lot. Saw them open for Def Leppard at the Bowl. Mm-hmm. How about that?
I remember the stage presence. Made me question myself. All right, so
Yeah, that sounds like something that invaded the Federation or Star Trek.
Not sure
The
what that
Crotus are
means.
coming.
Midnight Maniac.
Midnight Maniac was excellent.
We played that, didn't we? Cover that?
Yeah, we played it.
What were we thinking? All right, Greg, welcome back.
Greg's back.
Greg is back.
Yeah.
Greg's back.
Took a little break. Took a little nap.
Colonoscopy went fine.
Yeah, we're just going to keep talking about it.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? We might as well as a public service announcement. I did that earlier, and I'm not going to be that guy. But I was one that put that off because I thought, well, that don't sound very pleasant. And it's not pleasant, but it's easy. You tried to tell me that.
Yeah,
When you had yours, you said, Greg says you're making a big deal out
Now,
of it.
if you there's some socially awkward moments,
Well,
but
yeah,
there's
right,
nothing that's painful
Most
or
medical
Yeah,
situations
yeah,
are
yeah.
weird.
When the last thing you hear is pull your knees up and you feel that air blow across your bare rear end.
Yeah, I'd like them to put me to sleep just a little quicker.
Just a
Yeah,
little, yeah.
yeah.
But you know what? And then next thing you know, everybody's like, Mr. Burgess.
It's
Mr.
that
Burgess.
fast.
Yeah.
It's that quick. I was getting my knees good and comfortable. Next thing I know, I'm in a room. Everybody's going, "Hey, you good?"
Mr. Burgess, you good? Mr. Burgess. Yeah. And like normal, they didn't see anything that concerned them, but they still send stuff off.
Yeah, but yeah. So we're
And I was disappointed you didn't get big wind.
I mean,
You had some wind, but not like a.
so you're talking about wind
Rick,
like a
Rick, it ain't over.
we got
like
a
a
ain't
San,
over.
Rick was talking about Santa Ana.
No, we got gosh, I bet we weren't 3 miles away from that hospital, and I sat on a foghorn, and I mean, and Sherry even looked at me and said, "My God," I said, "That was awesome." And, I mean, I think I could have like played just the like the intro of a song. But
I do.
well, yeah, because they blow a lot of air.
If
up
you
in
can do Mary Had a Little Lamb,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
impressed.
there. Yeah.
they're talking to you as you like you say. You're ready. Hey, go ahead and get me to sleep now. The
Oh,
room's
yeah.
cold. And
Real cold.
You got me in a weird position. I'm ready to go out.
And I have and I realized what's happening. I'm pantsless, even though you have a gown on me. I know y'all set up for some access back there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Dr. Clark with the good one. He told me, he said, relax, we're going to get this all behind us.
Okay.
That's a good one.
That was a good one.
Well,
Listen, those people that work in that particular part of the medical industry have some of the best jokes I've ever heard.
Well, I told you.
You know, we knew some that used to work there, and they would tell us all kind of crazy things.
Oh, my favorite one was that, and I forget his
Wanted
name.
to be a dentist.
Yes, but he didn't want to deal with bad breath.
Yeah.
God, that was a good one.
That's good.
That's
But
one of the best.
well, and nothing to do with that. Just your general and internal doctor is our family doctor. Back when we used to check the prostate in the old-fashioned way.
Hey, now.
And I was doing the man, I really hate this, and he finally just gave me a moment of clarity. He goes, "You think this is a party for me?
That's true.
How would you like to be in my position on this?"
I mean, hey,
And
Rick, it's going to be over for you, and you're out of here.
Right.
I got about 5 more people coming
I
in.
got a whole waiting room full of rear ends out there. I got a pack of gloves over here. So,
But it went good.
yeah, it went good. It was odd though. It's odd.
It's
though.
odd, yeah. But the staff was really helpful at the Oxford Surgery Center, and it went great.
How is it weird to you though, especially if you're in a position where everybody kind of knows the show, And they're talking to you about the show when that wind blows across.
Across
You're like, I'm exposed right now.
Catch me when I'm dressed, and when you're wheeling me out.
Right. Yeah. My knees are under my chest. Talking about Willie Wanda just feels wrong right now.
Yeah. I did throw in.
Ask me about that later.
I did throw in a kind of one little quick sponsor shout out. They were, and I promise that they were trying to get my pillow right. And you know how them old flat pillows.
Oh.
I told them they need to use my pillows.
Oh yeah,
and
they
said,
need.
Yeah, them really. Then they go ask me, are they really? I said, yeah, I love them.
They absolutely. And right now they're the best price they've ever been.
Did they? When the last time I was in getting a procedure done, they said, "Well, do you want to listen to the show?" I'm like, "No, that's
the last thing. That's the last thing.
I do that.
Yeah, let me hear the sound of these.
Me and Jesus are talking a lot. I don't need any distractions.
And again, like I said, that wasn't nothing. You tried to tell me it wasn't nothing. I thought you were setting me up.
No,
Greg ain't nothing to it. Do
that. I didn't even think the prep was that bad.
It wasn't.
But again,
it wasn't.
I'm a Burgess, and I went to
sat down and
Davies.
got me a good documentary to watch, not far from the bathroom. But it wasn't. I was never like running down the hall or anything.
I thought.
Well, if you're close, you don't have to run.
And it's pretty effortless, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, you saw mine texting. Yeah. But the
Rick, I got to watch it, and we're not going to go into it because we've already covered it. But I finally watched Class Action Park.
Oh my God!
Was that not just the epitome of the 1980s?
I couldn't believe it.
Is that not great?
What's the name of it?
There was a theme park called Action Park up in New Jersey, and people kept getting hurt and killed and everything, but it didn't matter. The owner, he faked his insurance. He's supposed to have insurance. He made up an insurance company. He faked it. When people would sue him, he'd take them all the way to court, not settle.
Yeah.
And the few that beat him, he just refused to pay them.
Right.
And he would make up all these, like that loop there. He designed that himself.
And there was no safety.
But what was the name of it?
Class Action Parks, what they started calling it. Because
it's called Action
Do you remember the teeth at the top of the loop we talked about? Would be stuck in
Yeah, I remember us doing a story. I didn't know there was a documentary.
Oh, you got to watch it.
Yeah.
You got to watch it. You won't believe the things you'll see in here.
They had a bar area set up with taps, and they'd have Oktoberfest and stuff like that. And they said every day around 4 or 5 o'clock, all the people would go down there and start drinking. Well, then they get through drinking, they go get on the go-karts, and here they'd go.
Yeah,
I mean, nobody, and the lifeguards were just kids, and they were having a ball. They weren't watching half the time.
Yeah.
It was 1980s just wrapped up in one big package.
It was just anything goes.
And they had that,
How about this one thing? We weren't fearful in those times.
No.
We weren't afraid of anything.
Rick, people were on the Alpine incline. They had one of them at Gatlinburg. You get on that little concrete track. Well, the only problem was they wouldn't do maintenance on their stuff, so the brakes wouldn't work. So people were flying off in the woods and getting all skin up. Killed one guy. It was
right. Well, that's a downer. But
it is. But just to watch people dive in on top of each other.
Oh, great!
It was unbelievable.
When people were coming out of that flume and just crashing into people.
What about they had that water? Yeah, the water was so cold because it was spring fed in that, and people would land in the water and they couldn't move. It was crazy.
Well, the thing got me was but people didn't. It's like they loved it.
Oh, they did. It was like a battle scar if you got all skin up.
So,
but anyway, I watched that during the old cleansing.
Yeah.
So
close to the restroom.
Yeah.
Like I said, for me, it was just the 80s.
Oh, it was perfect.
Yeah. We'll be back. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon teaming up to be the unbeatable force to stop termites from coming into your property. But Cook's Pest Control also is the best in the business for the month-to-month maintenance of your property when it comes to pest control. And we use them, and you should as well. Go to cookspest.com. They will give you a no-obligation, free and very thorough inspection and evaluation of the home, the business, the property. And then they'll tell you about the steps they think we need to make. And then you decide if you want to use them or not. But I will tell you this, we use them, and they're great. So put them to work for you no matter what the situation is involving pest control or termite protection. Cookspest.com right now, or you can go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find them there under the sponsors button, and you can sing with us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. All right, so...
Where to go?
Here we go.
Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe. Basement Joe.
President Biden now trying to speak, and we have all kinds of clips that we will update you on. And this deal in Afghanistan is just...
Yeah, well, he came out to address the nation yesterday.
Right.
He came back from Camp David, and I guess we want to see the video of him saying it himself.
Yeah, so we'll start with these and roll through them. Bubba, I thought yesterday you were a little soft on the president.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Isn't that funny?
Yeah,
We're going to read that email a little later.
That was
today.
hilarious. All right, so here we go. Here's Biden standing squarely behind his decision in Afghanistan. Here we go.
I stand squarely behind my decision. After 20 years, I've learned the hard way that there was never a good time to withdraw U.S. forces. That's why we're still there. We were clear-eyed about the risks. We planned for every contingency, but I always promised the American people that I would be straight with you. The truth is, this did unfold more quickly than we had anticipated. So what's happened? Afghanistan political leaders gave up and fled the country. The Afghan military collapsed, sometime without trying to fight. If anything, the developments of the past week reinforced that ending U.S. military involvement in Afghanistan now was the right decision. American troops cannot and should not be fighting in a war and dying in a war that Afghan forces are not willing to fight for themselves. We spent over $1 trillion. We trained and equipped an Afghan military force of some 300,000 strong. I stand squarely.
All right, so then he talks about what happened. He tells us what happened, the collapse. They didn't fight. The government fled, but then turns around in the next video and blames Trump for it.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and now he's going to blame Trump.
Well, he stares squarely behind his decision.
Well, he said the
while
buck
blaming everybody else.
stops with him, and then blamed everybody else. even CNN was pointing that out.
When I came into office, I inherited a deal that President Trump negotiated with the Taliban. Under his agreement, U.S. forces would be out of Afghanistan by May 1, 2021.
Stop the tape, please. Can we hold
Just
it?
a little over 3 months
Can
after
we
I took
stop
off.
It will be, or is this going to mess up your streaming? We all agree we were trying to get the troops out of there. It's not what we were doing, it was the way it was done. Now, what is interesting about this pointing the finger at Trump is Trump had negotiated a deal, but it was a goalpost deal. You had to meet certain things for us to withdraw. You do this, we withdraw. You don't do that, we don't leave. It was a goalpost deal where you had to meet certain goals.
It was contingent on certain things happening.
Contingent. And when Biden went into office on the first day, he's acting like he inherited this deal and it was a bad deal and he couldn't do anything about it. He tore up all kind of Trump deals. Remember when he canceled the pipeline day one? Mm-hmm. He could have got out of this if he wanted to. but it's easier to blame now. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Right. I couldn't go any further without saying that.
U.S. forces had already drawn down during the Trump administration from roughly 15,500 American forces to 2,500 troops in country. And the Taliban was at its strongest militarily since 2001. The choice I had to make as your president was either to follow through on that agreement or be prepared to go back to fighting the Taliban in the middle of the spring fighting season.
That's why you don't withdraw.
There would have been no ceasefire after May 1. There was no agreement protecting our forces after May 1. There was no status quo of stability without American casualties after May 1. There was only a cold reality of either following through on the agreement to withdraw our forces or escalating the conflict and sending thousands more American troops back into combat in Afghanistan, lurching into the third decade of conflict.
So it sounds like to me that even if you're attempting to blame, if withdrawal of our troops, even with contingencies, whatever, was going to lead to this, then you should have been the president that comes in and says, well, what Trump wants to do is not going to work. We need to stay there. And we, as long as we're there, even down to the 2,000 whatever, apparently that was enough to keep the Taliban at bay. So maybe what Trump was trying to do was wrong. What he basically said is Trump made this agreement, I went through with it, and we both apparently did the wrong thing. Because he could have just come in and says, well, he changed, like you said, I changed everything else Trump did. I'm not going to do this either.
I think you signed 24 executive orders like day one. Yeah. Wasn't that the number, something?
And anytime he talks about the casualties happening in Afghanistan, if you look and you go back to February 2020, so over a year ago, well over a year ago,
18 months ago,
one person, one U.S. soldier has died in Afghanistan.
In 18 months.
If we're talking about casualties, I mean, it's way more dangerous to be a Chicago police officer than it is to be a soldier in Afghanistan.
If you just look at the numbers. It's safer to live there than it is Chicago on the weekend.
If you just look at the numbers. Well, and that's a great point, Adler, but it is it's but I know this, and I know that I'm paying too much attention to this. Look, every president gets up there, maybe with an exception here or there, and they all have a teleprompter, and they're all reading, what their staff put together, and they approved of what they're going to say. Very, very few times is it their own words, but they look at it and approve it. But I want to tell President Biden, when you're reading, though, you don't need your head to move with it.
Yeah.
He goes, I knew that I had to get over here.
Right.
And it's like a typewriter, and I had no other choice. Ding. I got ding. And you can just see him leaning in, and swaying to his side.
You just think anybody who had been in Washington in the highest levels of government for over 40 years would have been a little smarter than this. But it has to ring with everybody. If they're no more smarter on this than they appear to be, what do they know about the economy? What do they know about the southern border? They obviously don't know what they're doing there either.
What do they know about health care?
Yeah, any of that you can put in. But Rick, in the polling and everybody studying this, overwhelmingly, people are being critical not of the choice to leave or to end our participation there, but in the manner of which it was carried out that turned into chaos and is going to get a lot of Afghanis killed, obviously, who helped us out. And overall, Biden was given Fs by independents, by Republicans, you expect that, but at best Ds and Cs by hardcore Democrats. And over 80% of the American electorate is against what happened.
So Joe Biden will show this. He took no questions after the speech.
Well, no, he wouldn't.
So here's this. He won't take any
May
questions.
God protect our troops, our diplomats, and all brave Americans serving in harm's way.
That was the most calculated.
Back to Camp David.
Let me tell you, too, and I don't know if you've seen the footage, but one of the leaders of the Taliban said that he was in Guantanamo Bay for 8 years, and he went on to say later that they released him because he convinced the people at Guantanamo that he was not in the military, he was not part of the Taliban, that he was a shop owner, and that his dad was dying of cancer and he wanted to go home and visit him before he passed away, and they let him out. Now, that's what he says.
You're talking about the one dancing in the palace now?
Yeah, well, the one, was sitting at the president's seat.
Right,
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, we got to hear from Army vet Matt Zeller, who basically tells Brian Williams, you must have heard a different speech than I did.
Yeah.
And then you won't believe what Clarissa Ward says outside the embassy. You won't believe it.
No, I saw it.
You won't believe it. All right, so we'll come back, and we'll hear that, and we'll get to some of your phone calls as well at 866-WE-BE-BIG as we update the disaster that is the withdrawal from Afghanistan. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
soldiers.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being with us. So we're talking about now the president has done somewhat of a press conference yesterday, kind of taking responsibility, but then blaming Trump at the same time and blaming the Afghanis. But he wants us to know he takes full responsibility, sort of. But now we have a U.S. Army vet, Matt Zeller, on with Brian Williams. And Brian Williams is, he's going to tell you, hey, the president took full responsibility and da-da-da-da-da-da. And Matt Zeller says, you must have heard a different speech than I did, so here it is.
So I'm curious to hear your reaction of this consequential speech by the American president. Didn't run from it. He owned it. He owned his decision. He owned the fact that, as he put it, the buck stops with him.
I hope he gets to own their deaths too. I feel like I watched a different speech than the rest of you guys. I was appalled. There was such a profound, bold-faced lie in that speech. The idea that we planned for every contingency. I have been personally trying to tell this administration since it took office. I've been trying to tell our government for years that this was coming. We sent them plan after plan on how to evacuate these people. Nobody listened to us. They didn't plan for the evacuation of our Afghan wartime allies. They're trying to conduct it now at the 11th hour. The thing that they were most concerned about was the optics of a chaotic evacuation. Well, they got exactly what they were most concerned of by failing to do what was right when we could have done it. We had all the people and equipment in place to be able to save these people months ago, and we did nothing.
So he said, look, I sent him the plan. He's co-founder of No One Left Behind. He said, we as military people have been telling them all along, here's how you get everybody out that we need to get out before. And all they were saying, that'll look bad if we're getting people out there, evacuating people out there. He goes, well, how, you look worse than doesn't this look worse than that?
Yeah, it looked pretty bad, what I saw on TV.
Yeah, so outside the embassy, they're chanting death to America. Only a CNN reporter, the same one, like MSNBC, CNN. You remember when Fauci got busted in his emails lying to us?
Yeah.
And like for one point you thought the reporter wanted to kiss him and just talked about how wonderful he was. Even when we find emails about you, you come out looking good. Do you remember that ridiculous interview?
Yeah.
Well, listen to this gem here. All right, here we go.
They're just chanting death to America, but they seem friendly at the same time. It's utterly bizarre.
Oh, my God.
They're chanting death to America, but they seem friendly at the same time.
Rick, I think death to America takes friendly off the table.
Yeah.
Now, she was there doing a report 3 days earlier, and she's dressed in American Western clothing with no headdress.
Right.
3 days later, she's dressed in the full
Taliban. You better
black
be.
because she was told to.
Now,
but they appear to be friendly. They're just screaming death to America.
But they're doing it in a fun, joyful way.
And other than grabbing women and slaughtering people, they seem to be so nice.
Right.
Yes.
They seem so kind about it.
Now, Rick,
Rick, they drug off this woman a minute ago by the head of the hair, but it just seemed nice.
Right.
Now, I saw they said we're not turning control over until they say they're going to treat women better. Okay.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yeah. I saw that in the headline.
Who's in charge of that?
As we give them, turn it over to
Right.
them. They're
Now, just left of that.
I don't know how to break it to you. We're not turning it over to them. They're taking it.
Yeah, there's the two shots I was talking about.
Yeah.
One is 3 days before.
How funny is that?
Well, Bubba, up above Taliban not in control, bottom picture, Taliban now back in control.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, just left of that shot on the bottom are, how outside businesses, they would have like female models, like, modeling a scarf or shades or something. They were shown painting over all that yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Well,
and reports of door-to-door knocking and taking daughters for
fighters' wives.
Yes, to do whatever you like.
So let me read you this. This was sent to me yesterday. These are missionaries from the UK, and this is a back and forth between this mom and dad and her daughter, okay, or their daughter. Hey, message I received this morning during worship from a friend of mine. Their parents have been serving as missionaries in Afghanistan for about a decade. They're from the United Kingdom. They're hiding right now for their lives, and here's what they said. The Taliban has entered the city 4 hours ago. They have led countless people to Jesus, talking about this couple. Most of them now, listen to this thing, are about to meet Jesus because here comes the Taliban. 30 minutes later, I had just FaceTime with my parents. They are hiding, surrounded by gunfire and bombs. Everyone is hiding in their homes. The Taliban, listen to this, are taking women and slaughtering anyone who resists them. and they have declared they will kill all foreigners and anyone who has worked with the foreigners over the past 20 years. But my mom and dad want me to know they are still full of peace and joy as they're closing in on them.
That's pretty intense.
Mm-hmm. That's
my goodness.
But they're actually saying no. They're dragging off women and slaughtering anyone who is foreign or worked with the foreigners over the last 20 years. Now, I want you to think about that. How many people that is? If they now remember who gets to declare that you work with the foreigners? That'd be them.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, and I never really got the answer yesterday. I was looking for when we were told the Afghani nationals just didn't have the heart to fight, which is obvious now.
Mm-hmm.
But we'd been getting these reports for years that even when they were fighting alongside the U.S., they would just quit in a gunfight, go sit behind a tree and start eating in the middle of a gunfight.
Yeah.
And that should have been a sign to us what was going to happen. But I can't get over the fact that the Taliban doesn't appear to have that problem.
No.
They appear to keep their fighters ready to go. Matter of fact, they've kept them somewhat organized for 20 years when they had no land.
Right. Here's what.
Can somebody help me with that?
Well, I'll go back to this. Afghani people, if you're brave enough to hang on to the bottom of an airplane as it takes off, heck,
can't you stay and fight?
Hey, turn around and fight somebody. I mean,
that takes a lot of
we gave you a lot of weapons. You had some good stuff. Of course, now it belongs to the Taliban. But I mean, that you had some stuff. If you think to yourself,
you've been trained for 20 years, Rick, by the U.S. military.
Of course, we had a guy yesterday saying
TRADOC, baby.
But we had a military guy yesterday saying, but we think they were working against us the whole time. A lot of them.
Well, why didn't our people on the ground see that, report it to their commanders, and they all come to a consensus, this ain't going to work, and take our equipment back and try something else?
Right. Well, as that guy Zeller just tried to tell us, we gave them plans of evacuation that would have worked, and they just ignored us because they were worried about optics. And does anybody hate these optics?
The other thing, when they keep calling this America's longest war, you know, I can't. Do we not still have military bases in South Korea to keep the North Koreans at bay, which that war never technically ended?
No.
It never technically was a war. It was a police action the whole time, but a lot of people were shooting at each other. It looked like a war on TV to me.
Well,
don't we still have military bases in Japan and in Germany?
As you said, we've made
Cuba.
We're on record that usually if we get in a skirmish, we usually keep our presence there to be sure that there's no uprising. And I don't know why we think the Middle East is different, other than the fact that it's harder, maybe, and this was not as pleasant to be there.
This was a key place to gather intelligence, too.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. The gang is all here. The whole team on the field this hour. Will of Meat's back in play for another hour, so be paying attention for that. That could happen at any time. All right, so as we start this hour, we do have, you talk about greatest birthday party ever. But we have an animal update. Oh, my goodness. Hey. So we have, you know how sometimes Salt Lake City Kids Zoo, you know how they'll allow you to come in and have birthday parties, and they bring out animals, and they show it to you. And I've done this. My kids have done this before.
Yeah, we did one at the Birmingham airport for my 50th.
The
airport,
zoo.
the zoo. I saw that plane taking off.
But that one at the Birmingham airport was a great one too.
You know what? I would love to be at the airport and watch planes land.
Sure,
but we had some pretty
unless
simple,
you got legs hanging out the bottom of the landing gear.
Yeah, we had some pretty simple rules though. There would be no snakes and nothing dangerous.
Right.
You know, you had all your little birds and monkeys and fun things.
Yeah, but apparently, when this dad did not think about this, Greg, you've got your birthday party planned. You've planned this. Everybody's excited. Kids have come from the neighborhood, from the school, from your little league team. They're all there. And this dad is thinking about all of the, because we've all been dads when your wife is planning some extravagant birthday party, and it's just a nightmare. And so you're getting ready. He never thinks he's going to have to wrestle an alligator.
No.
He doesn't think that's going to happen.
Mind,
but hey, thank goodness he was there.
Yep.
Here is the alligator handler. Gets attacked in front of all the kids. So here we go.
This family is enjoying a birthday party at a local animal entertainment zoo. Suddenly, the alligator attacks. The beast bites down on the trainer's hand, so she jumps into the glass enclosure to get better leverage.
Oh, boy.
We got trouble in here. Then the gator whips the trainer underwater.
Oh, my goodness. Here's the rope.
One by one, the kids are taken away.
Look,
That's when a
kid.
brave dad, Donnie Wiseman, who was there with his family, leaps in to do what he can. Without hesitation, he gets on top of the alligator and holds it down. Then the female trainer is able to break free and is pulled to safety.
What about the dad holding
and all
an
this
alligator?
time, the hero dad remains in the enclosure and continues his epic battle with the alligator. Then the female trainer returns and tries to help the dad.
No.
She tells him to try to sit upright. That's when he finally finds a way to escape.
She's dead.
Now he's being dubbed Crocodile Donnie after the famous movie character Crocodile Dundee. And here is the hero today alongside his family.
Was there any point when you got in there and you thought, oh boy, I made a mistake here?
No, not at all, actually. I didn't really even think about any of that. I needed him to let go. He was going to take her life if I didn't get in there and get her.
The zoo, Scales and Tails in West Valley City, Utah, expressed gratitude to all the civilians involved. These gentlemen could have stayed in the safety zone, as most of us would, but instead jumped into the situation.
Boy, those kids almost got to say horrifying.
Hey, listen, greatest birthday party ever.
Oh, when they tell it.
Greatest birthday party ever.
Won't forget that one.
What about that?
Donnie Wiseman?
What about this? What about when Greg, she's got, now her hand is wrapped, and she returns, and she's just sitting there on the edge talking to you about the alligator that you're laying on. I'm like, hey, man, by the way, where are the zoo people? Did anybody ever get there other than the original?
I don't know. That happened
Donnie
pretty
Wiseman
quick.
had to do it all.
And somebody looked like Carl got in there.
How was her arm? How was her arm?
Not good.
Yo, when it rolled her.
If you have that big of alligators and animals that dangerous, seems like you'd have a little quicker response team.
And maybe if you put him in a glass box like that.
Oh my gosh! Look, when he started rolling, that guy said, "Look, I got to help."
Yeah, thank goodness they were in the shallows.
Hey, that roll right there. Look, good.
And the guy in the green's not sure what to do.
Yeah, Carl doesn't have any idea what to do, and I just named him Carl. I don't know who he is.
Right. He's
but
not
but
sure.
with Donnie's in.
What about when
Donnie's
she gets
all
free and Donnie's still riding the alligator and sloshing him around? Right here. Right, look.
Look, you get her out, and now you're sitting there going, what about
Hey, what about me? What about me?
Now, what's my exit strategy?
Look, and Carl, what are you doing, Carl? You don't know about alligators.
He ain't got, all he did is get the kids out of the way.
Right.
Yeah, she's leaning in going, all right, here's what you do.
Did y'all see the kids staring it down before they moved him out
Well,
of
Greg,
there?
that's a little boy. This is the greatest birthday party ever.
Look, they're fighting.
Oh, my
Trainer pretty calm with her hand inside the mouth of an alligator. You know?
Well, you can tell. Watch her countenance change though when he does the roll.
Yeah, the roll changes everything.
When he rolls her, watch her face because the roll changes everything. Because now the alligator's serious.
Boom.
Now watch. Now look at the face. It's a different face now.
Yeah.
And it would be. I mean,
But she's still not panicking at all.
No. Now I'm looking at the moms and the kids. I'm focusing on different things every time y'all
pulled
play
them
it.
away.
Yeah,
you noticed?
but to see the moms.
For a while,
I know the mom's face was like, oh, look.
grinning.
Now, let me tell you something. The little boy wasn't leaving. Somebody had to take him away.
Yeah.
He wasn't leaving. He was
I think green shirt there is grinning at one point when it first starts happening.
I know it looked like it.
Yeah.
What's green shirt laughing
What
at?
state is that?
Utah. Salt Lake City.
Yeah, I feel like if it had been more in the southeast, it would have been a different approach because that dad would have took his pistol out and shot the alligator.
Yeah, amen. You know
and that would have been the
You
end
know what he
of
said?
it.
Honey, move your head back.
Yeah. Lean back.
Yeah, but you see the instinct. Once that alligator got her hand, and then all of a sudden he's like, wait a minute, I got something. And then the alligator starts, pull her in.
props
and then he goes into the, now I must take your life.
Is it Donnie?
And they're in an ankle
props
deep
to
pool.
You talking about Crocodile Donnie?
Because a lot of times when things like this happen, everybody talks big and bad, like, let me tell you what I do. Yeah. But a lot of people just freeze, and he jumped into action.
He's very brave, very brave.
But I mean, honestly, if you can't get anybody there from the zoo, and you know time is of the essence, you know, and I know she's in shallow water, so the odds of it taking her under, thank goodness that's not there, but it could have ripped her hand off easy.
But even if the person's down the hall, that happened within seconds.
How about that rolling instinct they have?
Oh, I don't like that.
Golly. And she was able to roll with it, thank goodness.
All right, keep the eye on
watch number 2.
Watch number 2 in the jersey.
Is she not even bleeding?
He's not going anywhere. All right.
Oh, man, he clamped down on that finger.
Oh, boy.
Look at 2. He's loving it.
Yeah. Look, 2's not leaving. He thinks this is the greatest birthday party my mom and dad have ever done. Look at the guy. Look at the guy. Look.
They're not.
He's still there. Look, he's smiling. 2 ain't leaving. 2 thinks this is the greatest alligator show I've ever seen.
They snatched him.
He has to be removed. That kid is thinking this is the greatest birthday extravaganza I've ever seen.
Yeah.
You know how important was it that he got the girl turned back upright after it was spinning
Now,
her right at the beginning because it was trying to drown her.
Yeah, now Donnie's got issues.
I like when Donnie's riding it at the end.
Yeah.
He don't know how to get off.
He doesn't.
What do you do?
Yeah.
She tells him the technique.
Yeah, I guess she's asking about the blood. That if the blood's not in the water, you know, this alligator may be done with this if you'll just kind of.
Yeah.
Because it looks like the alligator's like, well, that was exhausting.
Yeah, because Donnie got on me.
Mm-hmm. So she didn't lose any fingers or
we don't
anything?
know. There's no update.
We need an update.
Doggone it, Donnie. So we don't know.
Doggone it, Donnie.
Yeah, I don't know.
Guys.
I do not
Donnie
know.
said, get out of my way. I'm coming in.
But, Greg, honestly, in this situation, doesn't somebody have to do something? I'm just so thankful to finally see a man actually do something other than stand around with one finger in his butt and one in his mouth and swapping.
Amen.
I mean,
it'd be hard to make yourself jumping over that alligator.
Yeah. Hey, it'd be real hard.
But think about how many times we looked around now and there's just grown men standing around doing nothing.
I know. For a lot less than an alligator.
Yeah. Every man that I knew growing up would have got in there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Now today, not as much.
I got to give her credit. Once she got over that panicking roll, she was in pretty good control, you know.
Yeah, well, she's trained at this.
Yeah, but he took her in that roll, though. Al said, hey, now.
And let me ask you this, because they don't let an alligator roll you as part of your training. Do you think she was?
Not.
Do you think she was surprised how strong it really can roll?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and the fact it was flipping her around by her wrist.
Yeah. Do you realize?
I don't see any way she doesn't have a broke wrist.
Yeah, me either. I mean, he rolled her in a shallow water, which is even harder.
Deep.
I mean, he took her and just flipped her body just like you would take somebody and just.
Yeah, it looked like 2 points for a takedown.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. See, right here, she knows she's got problems. But then Donnie screams, "Hey, we got trouble here!"
Look at Donnie.
And then look, then here comes the roll. Ain't nothing you can do about that.
Donnie's trying to help.
So he's trying to get her up.
Got her.
Yep.
Well, and what she's wanting right there. Let me tell you, when you get rolled right there, let me tell you the thing you're thinking. Please don't let this alligator decide to go for a better grip.
And look, she's got her legs. She's got her legs wrapped around the alligator.
Yeah.
She's like, "Give me a little help, Donnie."
Yeah. But we have no up. Look at her, the way her wrist is being held. It's got to be broken.
Yeah.
I mean, that thing just spun that wrist. It's got to be broken, don't you think?
Yeah. Probably.
I mean, her hand and wrist just can't be okay.
Well, look,
It says here she suffered an injury to her tendon and bone chip, but is recovering.
That's something right there. Let me speak on behalf of every kid that was there. Greatest birthday party ever. Greatest alligator show ever.
One of the listeners said this looks awful familiar to Greg's colonoscopy.
And by the way, notice the guy.
The alligator.
and really, the guy looks like Speedy.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. We'll get to some of your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and you can join us now. All 10 lines are available, and we'd love to chat with you. So if you dial right now, you've been wanting to get in, you'll get in. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available. O'Reilly Auto Parts, upcoming events. Looking ahead. Coming up this week, I'm excited. And, Bubba, I must ask the question. I was looking at the travel schedule as we go to Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Don't I have to go by and see where Limbaugh's buried?
Well, he's in St. Louis.
He's not in Cape Girardeau?
No, he's from there, but he's actually buried in St. Louis.
Never mind.
We actually had some listeners to our show that went by his grave and took pictures.
I saw that.
Did you see that?
Yeah, and I thought that was in Cape Girardeau.
No,
I was wrong.
in St. Louis.
Well, okay.
Now, I might be mistaken, but I believe that is correct.
No need to factor that in then.
Yeah.
So anyway, Cape Girardeau, Missouri, coming up this weekend.
I hope you get a chance to meet some of his family.
I do too. And we'll see if anybody comes. But we have a Man Church one day. From themanchurch.com, Rich Wingo and I will both be speaking that morning, Saturday morning, the 21st. Now, on the 20th, Shane and Shane's in concert that Friday night before. And there's a women's conference that happens after the Man Church one day, later in the afternoon, early evening, at Linwood Church in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. So we're looking forward to seeing all of you this weekend. If you want tickets to any of that or all of it, just go to rickandbubba.com. Helmsy will be headed out on the 22nd. That is this coming Sunday, and he'll be doing a Man Church as Parkview Baptist in Tuscumbia, Alabama. Kicks off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. So go see Helmsy in Tuscumbia coming up. If you listen to us on WLAY up that way, coming up this Sunday night, you're welcome to join them. I'll be going over to my home church. Part of my home church. We'll actually be in your town, Speedy, coming up on the 27th. We have a Man Church. Valleydale and the church at Old Town in Helena are going to be kicking off the men's discipleship strategy. We have all of our small groups ready for you to go. So I have a chance to address the men there. We also got a great testimony that you'll love from a former professional golfer, Mac Brunson, pastor of Valleydale. We'll have a word or two to say. We'll have praise and worship. We'll have food trucks. We'll have games, all that going on. And you can get your tickets, only $5 for all that. By going to rickandbubba.com and look under upcoming events. So make plans to attend any of those that are near you. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day.
So I saw what you're talking about. I saw a sign out with you and Mac out there, and there was, hey, coming.
At least this time I knew about it.
Well, I thought about that. I laughed, and I said, well, I know he knows about this one. But every time I see a sign now, I'm like, I wonder if he knows.
Well, there was a funny thing with that because we've known about this for a while, but in the beginning I was told, look, let's just do this within the church. No need to promote it to the public because we're trying to get the men of both these churches to plug in because there's a partnership between the two churches. And then all of a sudden, someone said, "Hey, I just saw a poster in Helena and on Valleydale, which is in Birmingham, up in the Hoover area." And I said, "Well, I guess everybody knows what it needs to know." So anyway, make plans to be with us on any of those. We'd love it. Mike is in the great state of Alabama. Oh my goodness, here's this thing.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Doggone it. See, this is the thing about the kickoff hour when y'all can't take phone calls now. So y'all would have already had this worked out. So we're having to reboot this just about every day.
Well, I think it's going to take care of itself.
Yeah, it is. The good news is if it can just limp to the end of the year. But we're rebooting the phones. I'm sorry. I mean, I can see you're on the board, but I can't take your call right now. So that'll come in. And remind me to tell you guys in the next segment when we come back, or whenever the next time that we kind of go back this, I have to tell you what happened to me yesterday. It was one of those things where you're just thinking to yourself, there's these things that are not a big deal, but they hurt so bad. The kind of injuries you don't go to the doctor for anything like that, but they just hurt so bad.
Yeah,
I had one of those happen yesterday. I'll tell you about it. So I'm sorry, original caller. We lost you in that. So I'll go to Chip in Selma. Chip, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I was talking about the photos that you see out of Afghanistan around the airport and around downtown. Overwhelming amount of people you see are of fighting age, I would say, isn't that an army right there?
Well, there was an army that supposedly had been trained and had been equipped, and apparently they did not have the confidence that they could beat the Taliban, even though they had them outnumbered. Some people theorize it's because some of the people that claimed to be with us never really were. They fear the Taliban so much that if the U.S. forces or some allies are not there, they don't think they can beat them. I don't know. Maybe the Taliban is that team that once they walk on the field, you go, well, we can't beat them.
Well, I think a lot of it too has to do with we try to fight in a civilized way. They don't.
Right.
If you are captured by the U.S., you get to go to Club Fed down in Guantanamo, where it's beautiful. Any other time, we'd have resorts built there. Mm-hmm. If you're captured by the Taliban, they will burn you alive or hang you. Mm-hmm. So you have a choice to make. Who are you more feared of? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think that's part of it.
Mm-hmm. But
civilized war fighting has not done us well all the way back to the Korean conflict.
Well, let's just
because you know where it really changed to me? You remember at one time, General MacArthur was 12 miles inside China. There was no North Korea. And Harry Truman didn't like it. He thought it disobeyed his orders, and he fired MacArthur for doing that. Then we made a peace arrangement. We backed up to the 38th parallel, and ever since then we have fought wars like we're gentlemen. And that's not why you fight wars or how you fight them. If you're going to fight them, you need to go for an all-out victory. If you're not, don't go. Just say the heck with it.
As we said before, you have to break the will of the enemy, their desire to continue to wage war against you.
Yeah.
You have to do that. And if you don't, and what I think with you to your point,
or you take away all their toys, you break them.
But here's what I don't understand: if I have helped the allies, okay,
yeah,
and the Taliban knows it, and my choices are fight to the death and try to win, let them take me when they cut my head off, burn me, or hang me in front of everybody, or try to hang on the bottom of an airplane. I just got to go with fight.
Yeah, I do think that, but right. Think back to the American Revolution.
Right.
Patrick Henry, give me liberty or give me death. They were going to die in the streets at the hands of the redcoats than live under the tyranny they had been living under. The Afghani people are not to that point.
That is correct. They don't.
I don't know how you resolve that issue, but I will agree, although so much of what we heard from the president was ridiculous. There is one good point. How do you get if they will not fight and die for their own country, why should we? I do agree with that.
Right. Yeah. That is that's kind of a sidebar. Mm-hmm. What I'm upset about is when you have military people saying we told him there was a better way to get out of there.
Right. And he completely disregarded it.
But I agree with you. Look, if the people themselves are not if they don't want liberty, then you can't make them want it. But if we have a military interest that keeps our people safer, you got to factor that in too.
Yeah, well, no, that's a totally different topic.
But then if you get into that mode, then we have to do what we have to do, and if we won the war, then we do whatever we want.
Yeah,
and keep the place stable.
But I still can't believe the Taliban are more vicious fighters than the Japanese were in World War II. Just don't see it.
We'll take your phone calls again next.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba.
Waking on
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Gonna be
866 We Be Big is the number. We continue with your phone calls. Adam out of the great state of Alabama. Adam, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Thanks for your patience. So you're on the show. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, folks.
Hey, buddy.
Yes, sir. Out of Afghanistan, I've had multiple deployments to there underneath every presidency we've had since the war actually started off, right?
Mm-hmm.
And from each presidency, our ROEs changed, which ROEs is our rules of engagement. When we first went in, we were allowed to fight and do everything the way we were trained to do. But then everything drastically started to change. And that's when their army saw that we were training, that with everything that we couldn't do, if we couldn't do, they couldn't do, because they would copy everything that we would do. And then just with the drastic amount of change that kept going on, they just didn't want to continue on. Because I've seen them literally in a firefight just drop their weapons and leave. And then we're there like, where'd our backup go?
Yeah, I guess I don't know why we take our military and put you guys in unnecessary danger. It makes no sense to me. And really, it's almost like we're more concerned about optics than we are about winning a war. Yeah, and that started in Vietnam, and we haven't learned since then.
Yeah, even in Korea.
In Korea, you're right.
And part of it was left over from World War II. So, but here's the thing: how come the Taliban fighters don't just drop their gun and leave the fight? What's the difference?
Well,
that's what I never understood.
Well, I think it goes back to this, like you said, when and even as Americans, we seem to be losing this attitude. Patrick Henry and those guys says, "Give us liberty or we'll die." Yep. The Taliban says we are so sold out to what we think is right. We are so sold out to the way we think the world should be. But keep in mind, if I am an Afghan fighter and I'm with the Allies, and hear me out, just don't worry about what your belief system may be. That's separate, okay? And I'm not even as committed as the Taliban to our faith, because that's what it is. The Taliban says this is the way we think the whole world should be under Sharia law, okay? And let's say that I'm an Afghani who doesn't really buy into that. Well, I've already said that I don't really know what am I fighting for?
Right.
So what is my motivation? Do I hate the Taliban enough to fight against them, or it's like, and then of course if you're sent there from our country, you're all in because you've been told that this is something we got to do, and you already volunteered, so you already show you're the kind of person that's willing to sacrifice yourself for other people. And I just think that apparently by the reports that we keep getting, they're not as you remember this statement. This is a perfect statement, and it ties into deer hunting. I never will forget the first time an older guy who, and it wasn't my dad, said he didn't hunt in the morning anymore, or he didn't hunt on sub-zero days.
Right.
And he said, because I just don't hate him enough anymore.
Right.
He said,
Yeah,
when I was younger, I was all in, and shooting a deer was it.
Not that mad at him anymore.
Yeah, I'm just not that mad at him anymore. And I think the Afghan soldiers, they're not as mad at the Taliban as the Taliban is at everybody else. And I think that's it. I mean, you can't make somebody be motivated and buy into what you think they should want.
Well, you can't
make them want it.
Well, here's the thing. Then you're going to get what you ask for.
That's right.
So enjoy it.
Well,
Have fun.
then you get back to, I hate to say this because it sounds awful, but if this is the attitude, then we should be nonstop going all over the world looking for the next victim, which we can't really do. If your motivation and your military plan is just because you think some people should be treated better, and I know this sounds terrible, okay?
Rick, you're true. And I've said that too. You're not, you don't deserve it.
Then where does it stop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
there's plenty of those countries.
Right. So what I'm saying is, do the United States of America, do we need a presence in Afghanistan? Yes or no? And if we do, then we do everything we have to do. We use everything in our arsenal to break the will of anybody to come against us. And we're here, and we're here to stay because we want a presence here. And for the benefit of our country and our allies, this place must be stable. And if that's the case, then you stay there long term and you do whatever you got to do to keep it stable. Now, if it's not important, then leave.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the Taliban will take these people over. But then you can say, as the president said, and I'm with you, I agree with him. If they don't want to fight against the Taliban, we equipped them and we trained them. And if they don't want to, we can't make them want to. Okay. But if we need it, then that's different.
The similarities to this
it can't be social work. If it's social work, the military shouldn't be involved in it.
And to Vietnam, it's just astounding that we have not learned any lessons from that.
Let's go to Daniel out of Alabama. Daniel, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Morning, fellas. Great anchors.
Thank you, sir. Thanks. And let me put under all this, the way we got out of Afghanistan was completely wrong.
Yes,
that's a different topic. Daniel, go ahead.
Well, I was wanting to back up y'all's point about keeping a base or military presence in any country where we've had conflict. You know, if you're not capable and willing to commit great violence, you know, you're not peaceful, you're harmless. So why would we be looked at as any kind of threat if we're not willing to go to that extreme?
Well, no, you're right. The Taliban just basically adopted what Ho Chi Minh,
the Viet
how you say his
Cong.
name?
Yeah, you're right.
And he said, look, they'll kill 1,000 of our people, and we'll kill one of their soldiers, but they will tire of it first.
Yep.
The Americans don't have the stomach for this kind of stuff. Not anymore. They've been through 2 world wars. They just don't have the stomach for it anymore. And then they went through the Korean conflict. They just don't have the stomach for it anymore. And they will give up on this before we will, even though they're winning. And he was right. And everybody, all of our enemies have adopted that strategy because they know it works. We don't have the stomach to do what we need to do anymore. We just been through it, and we just don't want to do it anymore.
And don't think
of course, we pay a price for that.
Don't think our enemies are not using that as propaganda.
Of course they do. Yeah. All you have to do is give the Americans bad optics, and they'll leave or stop, or they'll start fighting in a way that they don't want to hurt anybody.
And they have an American press that is waiting to show bleeding heart stories to discourage the general population if we just give them the right propaganda.
We continue. Let's go to Melanie in Chelsea. Melanie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. It's your favorite waitress.
Hey, Melanie.
How are you?
I'm great, guys. How are y'all? I don't work there anymore. But
You don't?
Okay.
Oh, man, I just got a hankering for a meat and 3.
I work at a wonderful little hardware store over in English Village.
Oh, good. Okay.
Don't know if y'all know about it. It used to be in Mountain Brook Village, but anyway, y'all need to come see me. I wanted to talk about this COVID shot. Okay, so you get a COVID vaccine, you can still get the virus. You don't get a COVID vaccine, you're going to get a virus. You wear a mask, you're going to get a virus. You don't wear a mask, you're going to get a virus. I do not want to take this vaccine, y'all. I'm being called an American. I'm lazy. I don't care about my fellow man.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's the new moralism, that you're less moral if you have any kind of a opposition to the vaccine, which is hogwash. And you need to think this out on your own. You need to talk to your medical professionals.
Yeah,
and
your doctor
and
should be your key point.
And get their feedback. And if you don't think that the shot is something that you want to do, then you shouldn't be made to do it.
But Melanie, you gotta look at the big picture. You gotta look at your family situation and people that you want to be around for, and make a wise decision.
Yeah, all that's involved. The bottom line, all I'm talking about is nobody should be made to do it against their will. That's not America, and that's creepy, and none of us like that. Because what's going to happen if something does happen to you that the vaccine or any medical treatment caused? But in this one, there's going to be you can't come back and be mad at us about that. But you forced it on me, and it had a negative impact. I didn't get to make that decision myself. Well, we had to do what we had to do. So you're in kind of a situation that you need to be free to make your own choices. And I know some places say, well, you can't work here if you don't do it, and then you have to be willing to say, well, I guess I won't work there. But we can't get to a point that the federal government lines us all up in a line and starts firing stuff to us, some pharmaceutical that they created and on warp speed. We can't live in that world.
Well, they're going to try to.
They're going to have a tough time with that.
And now they're going to tell us very, very soon that you're going to have a booster after that, another one about 8 months down the line.
And look, I'm not anti-vax. I'm talking about liberty and freedom. That's all I'm talking about. And that's the thing that I said. You did say, "Give me liberty or give me death." Y'all did hear that.
Yeah.
And some people are saying, "I'm willing to keep my liberty at the 1% shot, a 1% chance that I or someone I love would die." Now this would be different if this was the bubonic plague and the death rate was 70% or something like that. People are going, "My gosh, if you get it, you're dead." Is it dangerous? Yes. Does it kill people? Yes. Should it be taken serious? Yes. Should people be forced to take a pharmaceutical against their will? No.
You need to make a wise decision with your help provided.
Yeah. And then don't be afraid to think for yourself.
Right.
And I don't like the fact that people that have the same credentials that disagree, we're not allowed to hear the two of them. It's like only some of them are allowed to speak, the others are not. We can't create a narrative and only support one narrative. We need to hear all the information to make that choice for us and our families. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we make our way back. So, Anonymous, out of the great state of Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead and welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Hey, I'm good. Good morning. I'm a first-time caller.
Thank you very much. Come on, Monkey Grass.
Sound like you got a good phone and you're very perky.
Yes.
Yes. I was calling about COVID, of course, and so I work for an agency, and if you have received your vaccination and you still get the virus, you are able to take your leave without having to take your time off without using your actual personal leave. But if you have not gotten the vaccination and you get the virus, you have to take off your quarantine period and use your personal leave.
Yeah, well, they're trying to force you to get the vaccine. They're encouraging you to get the vaccine.
Yeah, even though there's no science that the person who is unvaccinated versus the person who is going to get everybody sick at work. So everybody has to go home and take leave. So because even the fully vaccinated can pass it.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but Bubba told you what it is. I mean, well, you know what it is. It's punish those who haven't gotten the vaccine and reward those who did, even though both of them got sick.
That's exactly.
Absolutely, especially for working mothers, who have to take off with their children, and that's just not fair for them because they tend to use leave anyway.
Yeah, scientifically.
Well, I know, and I see your argument. You're not going to win that argument. The federal courts are on the side of the employer right now.
Yeah, but you're right. The science makes no sense because the fully vaccinated person or the unvaccinated person still has to go home because they can infect people at the office. But they're treating one person who's got it better than the other person who's got it.
They're basically trying to get around the vaccine passport that everybody said they were against. So now they've gone to basically every loophole you can get to actually have one.
Right. HelloFresh.com, I do want to point you there. They offer 50 easy-to-prepare menu and market items every week. So let's say that you did get sent home.
Let's say you're at the house.
Yeah, so you're at the house. You're laid up. And so you can still get delicious meals. And I'm talking about these menu items. They are so good. I mean, the food is fantastic. You don't have to hunt down ingredients either. They send you you get a bag, and inside that bag is everything you need to prepare the meal, but you still prepare it, and they have all kinds of quick lunches. They've got calorie smart stuff if you're trying to do a little bit better. If you just want delicious food that's easy to prepare, if you want to start teaching your kids how to cook, the recipe cards are great. There's no waste because they send you exactly what you need to do each meal, and then you go and pick what you want every week. You can stop it whenever you want to. You can do it for as long as you want, for as short as you want. There's up to 14 meals that Bubba and I are going to get you for free. Plus some free shipping if you just use the promo code Bubba at HelloFresh.com. That's HelloFresh.com. Also, we got a link for you there at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so I was going to tell you this story yesterday. So yesterday I was going to drop by and I was paying a bill near here in the plaza. And so I went into the office to pay the bill, and there was no one there.
Right.
So I just went over, which I've done many times, and just put the check down with the invoice on the keyboards of the receptionist desk there, which is no problem. That happens sometimes. So I went to turn to leave, and they have this little coffee table, and it's really, really low to the ground. I mean, real low. Like
jumped out in front of you?
I don't even know if you could. I don't know how anybody would ever use it for anything. Right. It's so low.
Right.
Okay. And I turned around, and the corner of that thing hit me in the shin.
Oh, no.
And look, and just took the skin and folded it back.
Oh,
I mean, look, and then at that moment, you're in severe pain. So as I come out of the place, suddenly somebody I know pulls up, and starts talking to me. Hey man, what's going on? Like that, and I'm sitting there, and I start carrying on the conversation, and I start feeling the blood running down my leg. And you know that thing where you're like, I don't want to look down at it because I don't know how bad it is.
Right.
And I just carry on the conversation because you don't want to show that you're so stupid you can't turn around without hitting a coffee table.
Is it bleeding?
Oh yes, I mean I can feel it running down the side of my ankle into my shoe.
Sure.
And I just keep carrying on the conversation. Yeah, well, good. So how are you doing? Did that work out? Everything better? And the whole time time I'm sitting there and I'm like, how bad is my shin? How bad is my shin? How bad is my shin? And it, you know, that pain. I don't know that a coffee table or the end of a bed or something hitting you in the shin. If there's things in life, it's always a good way to find out, like we've said before, have I stopped cussing?
Yeah.
Because this will be one of those tests to see if you really have.
Right.
And I did pretty good. I said some things. I don't have the gift of speaking in tongues. Yesterday, I think I was giving it.
Oh, really?
Because I don't know what I was saying. I never heard the language before. And I didn't have an interpreter, so I didn't, try to bring any attention to myself. 1 Corinthians 14. But anyway, I was saying some things that I don't even think were words. Because let me ask you this, and you've said this before, Bubba. If I say something out of anguish, even if it's not an official cuss word, I'm just grabbing some word that doesn't even make sense. But I'm saying it in the same way. Am I still cussing?
Rick, I'm not qualified to answer that.
Right.
And honestly, I don't think I want to know the answer.
Right. Hey, man, how you been? Good to see you. Is family okay? Everybody doing it? It's so good to see you. And in
your mind, you're going, ah!
And then the thing you think of at that point is, because I was going somewhere, and I said, so now I've got to go to the pharmacy, to the drugstore, because I have to get a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't just go around like this. I don't even know how bad it's bleeding. And
It won't look.
and what about when I look down, I see just a little piece of skin, almost like you ever taken a cheese grater and just pull that skin up, pull that cheese up, yeah. And I'm like, so then if I pull that back, how deep is it? You know what I mean? I mean, how
Do
bad?
you put it back down or do you pull it out?
I pull it back down.
Yeah, you're supposed to pull it
I
back
put it
down.
back down.
Yeah.
And so I go. Then you got to go. Then you go into the drugstore. And have you ever just walked into any of these places that have lots of aisles, and you think to yourself, where are the Band-Aids?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't really know where the Band-Aids are. You don't even know where to begin. And you're trying.
You just ask for help.
Yeah. Band-Aid. Anybody know what a Band-Aid? And so,
Band-Aid won't stick if it's bleeding profusely.
No. And so now I'm walking down the aisle, and then what do you think happens?
You need some of that Flex Seal at that point. You can put the paste on there.
So then, of course, what happens while I'm looking for Band-Aids? Hey, Rick, how you doing? Somebody else. Hey, good to see you. Now you may not remember me, but let me tell you why. And then I'm sitting on leg bleeding, lots of blood. And I keep thinking, will the person ever look down and go, oh my gosh, you need help?
Well, why don't you just say, hey, I'm bleeding. I've got to get it stopped. You've heard the term, I got to stop the bleeding. I'm in that case. Right now.
I appreciate the update on your family. I know this is an odd transition. You know where the Band-Aids are here? and so
any alcohol wipes. You got those too.
Luckily, she actually drew me to where the Band-Aids were, not on purpose.
Okay.
I looked over and I saw like one of those athletic wrap things for injuries. I said, it's got to be in here somewhere. So I got a giant Band-Aid.
Bleeding.
Thank you so much. Blood, bleeding, blood. Heart pain. So yes, so much blood. And so I was able to get a Band-Aid on it, clean it up a little bit, and it certainly didn't need any stitches or whatever, but it hurt. It peeled so much skin back. It's so raw. Hurts so bad.
Did anybody see you hit it?
No.
Okay.
Well, unless they got a security camera. And if they do, they've got a great show. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. From the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, a brand new hour. Thank you for being with us. Much to do as we go forward, and we want you to be part of it, and we look forward to chatting with you, and we'll continue to do so at that number that's been around for a while. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. There he is.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged.
All right, so little Chris Cuomo has with CNN. People are saying that he was advising his brother, who now has stepped down as governor of New York in shame. Took us a while to get him to step down, but
well, he says he is, Rick. He's not out yet.
Well, that's true. But CNN's Chris Cuomo wants us to know that he's certainly in no position that anyone would ever dare think about him resigning and stepping down. He wants to be sure we understand that. So here he is.
But know this, my position has never changed. I never misled anyone about the information I was delivering or not delivering on this program. I never attacked nor encouraged anyone to attack any woman who came forward. I never made calls to the press about my brother's situation. I never influenced or attempted to control CNN's coverage of my family. And as you know, back in May, when I was told to no longer communicate with my brother's aides in any group meetings, I acknowledged it was a mistake, I apologized to my colleagues, and I stopped, and I meant it. It was a unique situation being a brother to a politician in a scandal and being part of the media. I tried to do the right thing, and I just want you all to know that. As I've said, we have rules here at CNN that prevent me from reporting on my brother. They remain in place and will continue to. Tonight, I simply wanted to address something that, given what's happened, I just felt it needed to be said. This will be my final word on it, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to do so. Let's take a break. We'll be right back.
All right, so he lays that out.
But isn't that reporting on his brother?
And so he's not going anywhere.
No.
He's not going. He's done.
Well, the guy that looks like George on there was first very supportive. Then, when he saw that Chris may be in trouble, he started being critical of him, and now he's supporting him again.
Is he back? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Well, you got to, you talking about somebody that just goes with the wind. That guy's a bird.
My goodness.
He is a bird.
But I mean, do you want a news agency that has a commentator that cannot comment on one of the nation's biggest stories?
Well, I know. That is the point. The fact when he said the things I say or don't say, that's where you have to circle that. Because if it is the biggest story in the country and you are hamstrung because you can't report on it, then you're not doing the real job. But look, he's a commentator. He can do what he wants to do.
That's true.
He's a commentator.
He's not a journalist.
Yeah, I don't. They may have made too much to begin with. I just think he's a bird like his brother is.
Yeah, and of course,
the whole family.
He wants us to believe he wouldn't do anything to help his brother win the position he's been given.
Right.
We know that's true.
Yeah, well, we know that.
We know that in the world of politics and media and entertainment that no one ever helps each other out.
No.
Use of their influence and their platform.
No.
866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to John. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba, and thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
Geez, Pete, I feel like I was waiting on Joe Biden to make his way to the podium this morning.
Well, there's a lot going on this show.
Hey, listen, guys, I was, I'm a Marine Corps veteran, Iraq veteran, and the gentleman called earlier was correct about the change in the rules of engagement with each president, and we're the only country that follows the Geneva Convention. They do, and they can get away with what they get away with because they know we can't retaliate. So it's no wonder that the Afghan army or the Iraqi military has failed. But why would we go to a war? Why is Joe Biden not speaking about that we went to a war that's been going on for 1,000 years and think we could solve that in 20 years?
John, I'm afraid.
I think it's that deal where it swapped to his Bluetooth in the middle of the conversation.
Or just changed sales.
It got to where we could barely understand you, by the way. Thank you for your service.
And John, here's the thing. Like, I'm getting emails from people who said, like, if a Black Hawk helicopter is flying by and it takes fire from somebody on the ground, that they will turn around and the guy who fired at them will throw their gun on the ground and wave at the helicopter because once he throws that gun out of his hand, he's unarmed and he knows they can't shoot at him. That was like the rules of engagement, which sounds as ridiculous. If you shoot at me, you're armed. I don't care what you do with your gun when I swing back around.
Well, again, I go back to the beginning. We don't have to violate the Geneva Convention to still win war.
No, if you shoot at me and throw the gun down, that doesn't mean you're unarmed. That just means you quit holding your gun. You just fired at
No,
me.
I don't ever
unarmed is unarmed.
I don't ever want us to lose our humanity, but the problem that we have is we have the ability from a force standpoint to make these conflicts quick and decisive, and we don't do it because we were afraid that somebody's going to call us mean. But then what does it accomplish when people are hanging on an airplane as you take off and everybody calls you mean again?
Well,
I mean,
look at the Kuwaiti War.
Go win it or don't do it.
Look at the Kuwaiti War. You remember the Highway of Death.
Right.
Colin Powell talked President Bush, the first one, into ending the combat operations after footage of the Highway of Death. That was people trying to get out of Kuwait, and we caught them on the highway, retreating, and we mopped them up. I mean, we just killed them left and right. And they thought that looked bad. So we made a decision on optics. We made a decision in Korea on optics. We made a decision in Vietnam on optics. So if you're going to fight war on optics, you can't. Look, the way we defeated Japan and Germany is we got meaner than they were. That's the only way you win. As brutal as they were, we were more brutal to win the war, and then we called it off. But that's the only way you can do it.
What does
it's a sad fact, and that's why you should avoid war. But when you have to go, you need to go all out and use everything you've got.
Young people, write this down. Okay, write this down because no one's going to teach you this. The only thing in the fallen creation, nation versus nation, the only thing that peace follows throughout history is all-out victory. I'm strictly talking about,
and it's nasty,
and it even applies to the spiritual realm. You know when we're going to have peace everywhere after all-out victory by our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Yep,
and it's going to be all-out victory. And how about this? It will not be a mild skirmish.
No.
It's going to be decisive, and it's going to be quick, and it's going to be bloody. And then peace will follow that. Let's go to, how about this? The peace in our own lives had to be followed by what? All-out victory and blood.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, look at Japan. What did it take to get them to surrender?
Charlotte in Alabama. Charlotte, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, Charlotte.
Bubba, how are y'all?
Good.
I was actually the lady at Walgreens that didn't notice your leg was bleeding the entire time.
You know what? You were very nice, and it was a very interesting conversation. Pardon me for being a little distracted because I was bleeding.
You were great. I think I was just so excited to see a friendly face that didn't have a mask on, and so I was just sitting there talking, waiting in the line, and then and I know you see a million people every day that say, "Hey, Rick," and I was like, I just wanted to put the connection together of how we knew each other.
Yes, yeah,
So sorry.
It was fine, and I hope I gave you the proper balance of, hey, my leg is bleeding, and man, it's so good to see you. Thank you for the kind things you said about the show.
You never actually said anything about your leg bleeding. All of a sudden, I heard you say, "Where are the Band-Aids?" And then I realized, oh, wait.
It appears he's bleeding.
Well,
I did not see your leg bleeding or hear you say your leg was bleeding. So you were very, very kind not to complain while I was sitting there going on and on about the people you knew in my family.
Well, it was great. And thank you very much for that. And you heard me say, and I think I told you this yesterday, where you were actually drew me to the Band-Aids without me knowing it.
See?
There you go.
So you were in a good place.
The Lord's always working. Thanks, Charlotte. I appreciate
He is
that.
always working. Y'all have a great day.
You too. Thanks. Sharon in Alabama. Sharon, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
This is the first time I've called in, and I've been listening to you as I drive to work for decades.
Thank you.
But you prompted me to call you this morning. I've been taught all my life that the Bible tells us God understands our utterings. So if you're uttering words you don't understand and don't know when you hurt your leg, maybe he understood what you were saying.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you a short little story. When we lived in Louisiana, our preacher came to the pulpit one Sunday morning, and he said, I had a situation happen this week, and I want to share it with you guys. He said, I was working in the yard, and I dropped my tool, and I said, fiddlesticks. He says, my little daughter was out there with me, and she walked over, and she says, Daddy, did you mean to say damn but didn't say it because I was here. He said, and I thought about it for a second, and he said, well, honey, I probably did. He said, she looked up at me with those big old innocent blue eyes, and she says, Daddy, God heard you say damn.
Well, I'd like to think that
Can you just scream and not say anything?
I'd like to say Romans chapter 8. Sometimes the Holy Spirit intervenes and groans that we cannot understand and prays what we ought to be praying.
Right. That's it. Right.
How about
It
that?
cleans it up. That's what we're hoping for.
Thank you, Sharon. That's funny. 17 minutes past. 866 We Be Big. We got more of your phone calls coming up. We'll go phone trolling right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
32 minutes past the hour. It's time for a rough cut phone troll. That means there's no timeouts. It's 30 seconds, that's it. And that's because the phones are we got a little bit of a log jam, and some of you have been waiting, so I want you to go ahead. Just get your comment ready. 30 seconds is it. That's king. Buzzer's king now, meaning there's no opportunity for timeout and a rough cut. Okay, so it is a rough cut phone troll. We start with Landon. Landon, 30 seconds on the rough cut. Go.
Hey, man, I don't know if y'all just saw it, but Nancy Pelosi yesterday, all her tweets and stuff about, they're targeting women and kids, but it's not even about that because they don't care what you are. They're taking out everybody over there.
Yeah, I don't really want to hear Nancy Pelosi lecture us on the plight of women in Afghanistan. Suddenly she's going to care about that. I just... it's just another one of those. It's feel-goodism run amok again, and this is them trying to pivot away from the fact that this thing's a disaster. Let's go to Jane in Alabama. Jane, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, did you hear on Tucker last night where DHS is now considering anybody that disagrees with COVID restrictions and calling the election fraudulent is now considered a terrorist?
I did see that where they showed inside one of the strategic rooms coming up for the 20-year remembering of 9/11, things to look out for, and they had people who are anti-vaxxers on the list.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
It is. Let me tell you what we need to do. On the vaccine thing, let's all try to say the truth. There's some whack jobs on the vaccine side, and there's some whack jobs on the anti-vaccine side. And can the rest of us just kind of reason this thing out and work through it? I know tribalism doesn't allow that, but why don't we all agree we don't want anything to do with whack jobs? People who don't want to be vaccinated are not terrorists, okay? And people who want to be vaccinated and are okay with it are not part of some kind of evil takeover by the government.
No.
Okay, now we'll see. It'll all work itself out.
Well, Rick, this all goes back to the science, and the medical community cannot get 100%, decision on this.
Now, I will say this: if you're a vaccine person, you shouldn't hide information because that just plays to the conspiracy.
Right.
There are to be open discussions with equally qualified doctors and scientists
on both sides.
Yeah. And we should not. This only allowing us to hear one side of it, and I'm talking about on both sides. Don't be Fox News and only play the people that say it's bad, and don't be CNN and only play the people that think it's great.
Right.
Why don't we just hear from everybody?
Show us the truth. Let us make our own decisions. And look, there's parts of this you have to say we don't know. Long-term effects of COVID or long-term effects of the vaccine. Don't know. Hadn't been around long enough.
Heard a PhD scientist yesterday that was speaking at the White Coat Summit, and I think he spoke earlier in the month. You know what he said? In science, we got to stop being afraid to say the word we don't know.
Yep.
Sometimes we don't know.
Yep.
And that's what science starts out not knowing, and we try to find out. Wayne in Alabama. Wayne, 30 seconds,
Wayne.
go.
Yes, sir. On that, where the Black Hawk turns around and the fighter drops his weapon, why can't we just shoot the weapon he drops? He's not going to run out of the blast radius. And also, on the news media, I watch a lot of news media. My favorite is Fox, of course. But why can't never mind. Just go to the first question.
I got two blocked.
You were doing good.
You're out of change.
You were fine. Chuck,
give me another block.
Chuck in Cincinnati, 30 seconds. Chuck, go.
Yes, sir, guys. I had a legitimate you can't have something moment.
Okay.
Left church, left VBS, pulled into Dairy Queen, looked in the window, a bunch of biggins in there, had the best blizzard I ever had, turned on the radio, and Freebird was playing as I'm driving down the road.
Wow.
Yeah.
Boy, you did have something. I mean,
and this bird, you cannot change.
You cannot change.
Yeah,
if I leave
yeah.
Blizzard, if I leave here. Blizzard machine was working.
They hand it to him like this.
I know. Was
that
just trying to be sharp?
I wish one time it would just fall out.
I do too. Sandra, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds on the rough cut and go.
I would like to know what the process would be for setting term limits and salary limits on Congress.
There's a way to go about it, isn't there, Bubba? But I don't know how.
Well, I think you would have to.
Don't they have to vote themselves a term limit?
Yeah. You'd have to have a constitutional amendment to change it. But it has been done before. I mean, used to, the vice president was chosen different. And they thought, well, this ain't really working out good. We're not getting anything done. So, yeah, you could you'd have to change the Constitution, which would mean the sitting Congress people would have to go along with it, which that's good luck.
Yeah, voting themselves term limits, that'd be a tough one. Michael in corner. Michael, 30 seconds, go.
Yeah. Okay, so me and my aunt, she's very get vaccinated, and I'm very, it's your own opinion.
Yeah.
I have stage 4 COPD, so believe it or not, I haven't got vaccinated or not. I have not got vaccinated. Also, if they're very, if the government's want everybody to get vaccinated, why haven't they mandatory teachers to get vaccinated?
I would stand by for that. Well, they have a union, and that's probably not going to go real well with the union. Let's go to
your group could be in jeopardy if you don't donate enough to their reelection campaign.
Right.
It appears that seems to put a finger on the scale of science.
Yeah, well, there really is some science that's going. I saw a doctor. It was it was at that white coat gathering or whatever, and he said, "I think that every single person that has died involving the vaccine at all," and he says there are people who have died, and he said, if we don't think it was the vaccine, why are we not doing autopsies? He said, let's do autopsies on those that have died, and I know they're expensive, but aren't they worth it for us? Let's get all the information we can get. And that
find
way,
out where those spike proteins went.
Yeah, and also it gives us more confidence going forward, or it also gives us caution where we need it. He said, I just don't understand why we're not just doing science. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so we do have, looks like top 10 Lamar standing by. Been a while.
Top 10.
And he's kind of started showing up on a somewhat regular basis. Before we get to him, though, I want to help you save some money on your automobile or homeowner's insurance. There's no better way than to use this free service, Gabi.com/Bubba, Gabi, get a better insurance.com/Bubba. They don't give you ballpark guesses. They give you side-by-side 40 different insurance companies they will pull up for you to look at, side-by-side. And you can see all the big names are there, Progressive, Nationwide, Travelers. And then you're going to look to them when they set up this comparison for you, and you will see exactly the same coverage that you have for your homeowners and your automobile. And then you will look to them and say, are they giving you a better deal? And if it is a better deal, is it savings big enough that you would say, you know what, I think I'm going to switch. Our listeners and viewers are saving on average $1,000 a year, and it could help you too. Some are saving even more. Go to Gabi.com, Gabi.com/Bubba. There's no obligation. It's free to use. It's simple. Even I can use it. Gabi.com/Bubba. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Find out whether or not you're paying too much for your insurance. Lamar is standing by. Lamar, how are you, buddy?
Higgins.
So you fired up and ready to go?
What's up, meat dog?
Hey, I got myself a little top 10 list here.
I got me one.
So what is the topic?
Well, first of all, I want to say I'm a big Greg fan.
Oh, good.
But this had to be done. It's the top 10 things overheard during Greg's procedure.
Oh, no. Top 10 things overheard during Greg's procedure. Okay, number 10.
That proves that something has crawled up here and died.
Okay. Top 10 things overheard during Greg's procedure. Number 9.
Hey, somebody get me the WD-40.
Number 8.
If somebody will pull his head out there, we'll get started.
That may have been further down. That may be further down. Well, that's really good. Top 10 things overheard during Greg's procedure. Number 7.
Let's go ahead and give Lisa a pedicure while we're here.
That's good. This is good. This is good. All right, number 6.
That appears to be a golden ticket.
I'm glad I was asleep during all that. Yeah, I know it. Top 10 things overheard during Greg's procedure. What are we at, 5?
5.
Number 5.
I told him 1,000 times I'm a dentist.
Oh, that's good. Okay. That's a good one. Number 4.
Can somebody tell me which end to switch?
Oh, he's on, Greg.
He's on. He said it had to be done.
He's
right?
piling
It had
on.
to be done.
Even had to be done. Top 10 things overheard during Greg's procedure. Number 3.
I don't think we got the tools here to pull this off.
Well, you knew that was coming. You knew that was coming. Number 2.
Wow, what a wheel.
Top 10 things overheard during Greg's procedure. Number 1.
Okay, who wants a selfie?
Well done.
Everybody smile.
Well done.
Attaboy, Lamar. That a way to make it happen.
It had to be done, Lamar. It had to be done.
That a way
Good
to
to hear from you, Lamar.
That a way to put the ball in play, Lamar. That's the way. I like it. That's a good one.
How about that?
Oh, top 10 Lamar. He's been at it for a while.
And he's coming back and he's reoccurring a little bit. I like it. I like his pace right now.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Bubba from the world of Britney Spears. An update. So
tell me, did we not just, like a week ago, didn't Britney say she was going to stay off social media?
Yes.
Because it looked like it was hurting her case. The whole world was behind her. It looked positive, but she kept making these ridiculous posts that was beginning to make everybody go, well, Britney, maybe you're not right.
Right.
And you don't need to be released.
And she said that she was whatever, but she's going to just be done with it.
We're not going to hear from her. She's
Yeah.
going to take a break from it. She just
Yeah.
wants her life back.
Yeah, about a week.
Mm-hmm.
Rick, the singer, posted several almost naked photographs on Monday. She said she wanted to set the record straight on several things. She said that she was taking these pictures naked because that's the way she came into the world.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we could all say that, Brittany, but we shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
We're going to start doing the show next.
She did want to
No.
set the record straight on several rumors that she had some enhancement work done. She said that was not enhancement. It was caused by food. And she also said she was not pregnant, which also was a rumor that was out there.
Okay.
Now, all of this, Rick, after just days after her dad had agreed to step down. And again, I don't know that you're helping your case here, Brittany, on this.
It goes back. It goes back to what we keep saying, but again, you have to be able to talk to a person who has their faculties and they are clearly thinking and say, now's the time for you to show the world that your daddy was incorrect, you were correct, and he was mistreating you. This is not the time to show the world that possibly you don't have the ability to take care of your own affairs.
Yeah. Let me give you
This is your turn to show everybody why you should have been given your money and control of your own place, or pick your own conservator.
Let me give you the exact quote she had about posing almost naked in this. I bet you're wondering why I would expose my body now. Well, it's because I was born into this world naked.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. God love her.
Yeah.
Just,
I mean, you got $65 million. You're trying to get your hands on, and you just can't keep your clothes on and stay off social media.
Bubba, boy, you talk about something that has showed up in a timely manner for us to leave this and go to another story of interest. Tim Tebow has just been cut from the Jaguars.
Well, that's a shocker.
What, after all those great blocks he threw this weekend?
What grade did you see him?
I did, Rick. I did. He
Well, I guess our assessment.
He pulled a couple. We called him Olays.
Yeah.
Ole.
We I guess our assessment of the film was similar to that of the Jaguar coaching staff.
Well, yes. Well, here's what I would say.
So, how do you think Urban Meyer felt when he's pulled Tim into this, and now he has to go back and tell him not going to make it as a tight end?
Well, it goes back to what we just said. I can't believe I'm tying these two things together. They couldn't be on further ends of the spectrum with Britney Spears and Tim Tebow. And that is, Britney had an opportunity to show everybody why she should get control of her own affairs.
Right.
Tim Tebow had to show the world that what Urban Meyer did was not foolish.
Yeah, this is quite a tie-in.
Yeah, that he could, and when he got his opportunity to show everybody what he could do, he did not play well enough to justify Urban Meyer's idea. And that right there is, and then the
good news, he didn't hold him.
No,
and the second one, Greg,
bumped
there
him.
was another one that Adler found yesterday, Greg, we showed that is equally as bad, if
Yeah,
not worse.
it was the one behind the offense when the defensive end just basically took him and threw him into the linebacker. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
Greg,
it's
and there was some speculation in the discussion that maybe the linebacker was his assignment. Well, if it was, the defensive end helped him get here.
Greg,
it is.
Greg,
Here it is.
Greg,
we'll run it back again. He's on the right end, 85.
Yeah, I got him.
Watch what 59 does to him here.
Mm-hmm. And feel bad for the linebacker who's about to catch Tim in his chest. Greg
goes right around him and makes the tackle.
And look at the way he's blocking, like he's dropping his head down. And I mean, we wouldn't tell a little leaguer to block like that, Greg.
Look, guys, I mean, he's a quarterback. He's not
right. I got you. By the way,
a quarterback that probably beat teams that several of these guys were on during his 4 years.
Was it McElroy that said that, or when this all first started, that he remembers when they were with the Jets, they tried him at tight end. He said it was horrible.
Right.
It was.
That was McElroy who said that. How about this? I'm going to say something I need to correct. Okay, I forever said that Tim Tebow could probably have a longer career in the NFL if he would just be a fullback, H-block, tight end type player. I stand corrected. He is not good enough to do that.
Yeah.
Well, you can't take and decide to do that. How old is he now? And you've been off playing baseball. You've been off being a commentary. Right. If you're going to do that, you need to, maybe if as a rookie, if he would have started
right
on that, he probably could have developed.
Well, maybe
you forget he was a highly ranked draft choice as a
Yeah,
quarterback.
first
Yeah.
round.
Have you seen the one? I know you don't have that many. Just the guy they brought up yesterday where he thinks he's about to catch a pass, in the back runs in front of him, catches it, and keeps on running.
Yeah.
Great, he's doing this, and then the guy catches it in front of him.
So
runs right in front of him, takes it right from him.
How many times now has he been cut?
A lot.
So Denver is a quarterback.
Jets.
Did Denver
Jets
cut him or
as a
trade him? They
quarterback.
cut him, right?
I think so.
The Mets as an outfielder.
Well, we're just going with football teams right now.
The Mets
he
let him
did
stay
the
around way
Patriots.
longer.
Remember, he did the Patriots for a while because his
He did.
OC was there, the one that was at Denver when they drafted him.
Can I ask a
And
stupid?
now the Jags. Right? That's what 4? 14?
Can I ask a stupid football question?
Mm-hmm.
I heard somebody, I forget who, and this was not my idea that I came up with, and I understand there would be limited situations in which this would actually be advantageous to do this, but putting him on a team behind somebody that's just like a Tom Brady that can sling it, sharpshooter, put him as a backup quarterback and use him as a quote red zone quarterback because then he can throw those short passes or make those short runs.
I think the Jets tried that.
Well, New England did as well.
Or New England did.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's been tried.
I think every team he's been with has tried that.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You're right. That was out there, but it's been tried and it didn't go well. He didn't seem to be able to get in the end zone any more than just your basic running back.
Well, I hate it for him.
Yeah. Well,
It, and the Jags have already sold a bunch of jerseys.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's a big jersey.
He's talking about the whole reason this even happened.
Yeah.
If you bought a Tim Tebow jersey, do you keep wearing it even when the Jaguars start their season?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 8 minutes now to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG, and thank you for being with us. We'll get to more of your phone calls before the day is done. Cape Girardeau, Missouri, excited about seeing you this weekend for the Man Church One Day. And if you would like to get all the information about that, simply go to rickandbubba.com. It'll be there at Linwood Church in beautiful Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Rich Wingo will be joining us. We'll do a little panel, answer some of your questions. It'll be great. Then catch Helmsy on the 22nd. He'll be at Man Church at Parkview Baptist in Tuscumbia, Alabama. That's all coming up this weekend. Find those details at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, and hopefully you'll get out, and we'll see you there. All right, so, Bubba, I know that you're holding in your hand actual emails from our audience, better known as an update from the Information Superhighway. These are actual letters from you, the greatest, most powerful, most influential, best-looking listening audience in the world.
Have you heard anybody call the internet the Information Superhighway in a while?
No, that's why I like yelling. It's a flashback. And you can email us by going to rickandbubba.com. Click on Contact. All the ways to contact us are there. Bubba has letter number 1.
Rick, this is a little sample of what our email's like every day. And
so y'all can know.
It leaves you scratching your head, and you begin to wonder, is it me?
Right.
Or have I missed something? First off, Dear Bubba, I've been a listener of the show since you two first came to Fort Payne High for a pep rally.
Oh, thank you.
That was a long time ago. I have listened to Rick and you discuss those who have chosen to take the vaccine as moralist. I've had cancer and I now have low immunity, so I had to take the vaccine or I probably wouldn't have survived. I wish I had the natural antibodies and had survived COVID-19, but it wasn't to be. Please stop saying those of us who needed to take the vaccine sound like monsters. Still love y'all, and this comes from Jay in Fort Payne.
Unbelievable.
And they were.
And I replied to Jay, and I'll leave it at that. We have never said that. Never, ever, ever, ever.
What we said, there is a new moralism that has started in our country, and some people have defined what new moralism is, and some of them have said that you're more moral if you are willing to take the vaccine, and the ones who don't are immoral. That doesn't apply to your situation. That means, yes, that is out there, but that doesn't mean that everybody who takes the vaccine, Greg certainly doesn't agree with that. He's had the vaccine. I'm just talking about, that is there. There's this thing, we all pick these just like the things of, if you believe certain things, it's this new moralism. Like if you believe that, love is love, and there's all this gender stuff and all that. It's high ground, more moral to be like that than to say you oppose. And there are some people, like I said, there's whack jobs on both sides of this vaccine, and there's whack jobs on the pro-vaccine side. But Jay, that doesn't mean you are.
Yeah,
and there's whack jobs on the anti-vaccine.
What you were talking about is people who were attacking people who had not had it.
Correct.
Not that. That's completely opposite what we said. So, and we've always said, consult your doctor. Yeah. Consult your doctor. Every case is different. You need to have faith in your health care provider. We try to give you the stories that are out there to help educate you so you can make your own decision. And honestly, it is very confusing to most of us.
Yes, it is. Very confusing.
Rick, as we continue with, as I'm going to say, are you sure you're listening to our show?
Right, yes.
Subject, really. Bubba, it was just sad to hear you give Biden a pass on what's going on in the Middle East.
My gosh.
Bubba, he's the top guy, so the buck stops there. Giving him a pass does no one any good.
Dang you, Bubba.
You were soft on Biden.
I tell you what, you threw him a softball.
What's wrong with people?
Yesterday morning for the first hour.
You ripped him a new one.
Were you with us?
Goodness.
Bubba, I heard the word idiot, idiotic,
moron,
stupidity, asinine.
Right.
I heard you bought one of Hunter Biden's paintings.
I put back, and I tried to answer it, and then I said, well, you're joking, right? Come on. You're
good
joking,
one.
Right? That's a good one. Hey, thanks. That's a good one.
Funny.
But I wonder, y'all, are y'all on the right
testing,
station here? Check one, check two, check. I don't know. But anyway, I just wanted to share with you. That was just a little sample of some of the stuff we get every day.
Bubba, thank you for the update from the Information
Nation Super Highway.
Is it me, Rick? Am I missing
Bubba,
something?
I got
here?
one that said we said that Kay Ivey was running unopposed.
Yeah, I heard that.
Boy, we followed that up yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, thanks for the email on that, by the way.
Oh,
She
my
may be.
goodness. No.
Well, start that, Greg.
Some of the
And
stuff.
it led into flat earthers. That's what was so
Do
crazy.
you realize
about
we
the
went down
whole
that
thing.
road yesterday and it ended at flat Earth?
How about
Which
that?
you know is one of my favorite topics.
Oh, yes.
Greg, I wish you'd have seen Bubba's face when I was letting him hear from the horse's mouth.
Yeah. Well, that's all.
Oh, wow.
That's all I needed. Thank you.
Watching his face.
Yeah.
I told you this. I ended a friendship over flat Earth.
Is it worth that?
Start that.
I did.
I know, but
Well, no, you didn't. They did.
Right.
If you think
That's a
about it.
good point.
If you think about it.
What I'm saying is, the team that we needed to cut down the roster anyway, and so
Can I tell you too?
He was on the fringe.
When look, we've always said you need to be critical thinkers on stuff, but there's a point where the jury's in, and you don't have to keep rethinking it. Right. And I love the hey, you up for a test? You on test on it? Test? You on child test?
you probably believe in fish eye lens, don't you?
No, I tell you what I believe in is people who I know personally who have been on the International Space Station and commanded it, and from my own firsthand experience dealing with satellites in orbit, I really don't think that one's worth debating anymore.
Baby, yesterday you're soft on Biden. You think everybody got the vaccine? They're moralist. And how
Mama
about
June's fine.
That's right. And,
let me touch on this vaccine thing again. If I was anti-vax, I would not have set up an arrangement for Greg and my wife and her mom all to be vaccinated. Would have done it if I was anti-vax.
Right.
So I would have laid in front of our good friend Eddie Van Adler before he went to do it. Didn't do it. You know why? I'm not anti-vax. I'm not anti-vax.
How you feel about Biden?
You a little soft on Biden?
A little soft on the press.
How about this? I will say, though, I've noticed, Adler, have you noticed this too? That me, you, Helms, Bubba, and Speedy, we're all in no man's land. The people with natural antibodies, and apparently if you took the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, everybody's acting like we don't exist. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Let's go. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all in the mix and ready to go for a brand new hour. Thank you for being with us. Somebody say, have you shopped the Rick and Bubba store lately? Go there. A lot of great items, a lot of on-sale items. Get your Rick and Bubba swag. Get all of our grilling utensils so somebody knows you mean business. Whatever Rick and Bubba product, there's some cool ones there. Grab them. And enjoy those. Going to the beach. If you got a Rick and Bubba beach style, well, we got them. Welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Yep, old Bubba the sellout.
Yep.
Good to see you.
Yep.
Jerry.
At it again.
Jerry in Piedmont. Hey, Jerry. Welcome.
Now I'm pushing vax on people. You heard that one?
Hey, Jerry. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Listen, I just want to say I don't understand those emails. I have personally heard you guys, all of you in there in agreement that somebody that's higher risk should take the shot. I don't understand that. And I'd also like to ask Bubba exactly where he found those pictures of Brittany.
What now? Where did I find it?
He wants to know. I guess he's looking for them.
It's there's several stories out today, so all you got to do is Google it. You'll get all you want.
Well, and the story we have just has a headline, I didn't turn to the page. I hope there's no pictures, but
not in the printout.
You can still have the story and not have the pictures.
Yeah. You have to be careful though.
Bubba, I know this is kind of your world. I've never really followed it. Not this Naomi Osaka thing.
Yes.
Are you
the young tennis person? She's the female who earned more money in athletics than any female in the world last year. So, and probably would have done it again this year.
So we have a video here.
She pulled down some serious change too.
She exited
the French Open because she didn't want to do the interviews. That is required of the players. So she said, I ain't going to do that. Then she came back. She competed in the Olympics. She got beat in like the third round. She was second in the world. Should have been first if she hadn't have dropped out of the French. Got beat by the girl who's like 42nd in the world. And she's being interviewed now. She just does not like these interviews at all. And the interviewee had a question for her, and I don't know if his tone was a little mean or what, but she couldn't deal with it.
All right, hear this.
Something I needed to do for myself. And more than anything, like, I felt like I holed up in my house for a couple weeks, and I was a little bit embarrassed to go out because I didn't know if people were looking at me in a different way than they usually did before. But I think the biggest eye-opener was going to the Olympics and having other athletes come up to me and say that they were really glad that I did what I did. So after all that, I'm proud of what I did, and I think that it was something that needed to be done. Yeah.
Hopefully it's okay if I ask a couple of tennis questions. The first one is just how the training has been and how your preparation has been for the summer hardcourt swing. And the second one is just related to your tweet over the weekend, related to what's going on in Haiti. Just what your reaction is to the news there. Thank you.
No, you're super good.
So she's crying because that wasn't even a harsh question.
What was bad?
Okay, I think we're just going to take a quick break. We'll be back in one moment.
Bubba, I mean,
you didn't hear it was a male reporter that had asked her a question prior to that.
Sorry, the male question was a couple minutes prior to the breakdown. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
He essentially, here's what happened. So he basically said, hey, Naomi, and he handled it very well, the way he asked the question. It was not mean. It was not with a certain tone.
Yeah.
He simply said, I see you doing things outside of tennis, and you seem to manage those areas pretty well.
Because you do interviews.
Because you do interviews. And he said, you're not I don't know the exact verbiage that he used, but he just said, I understand you don't like this kind of format with this media. At first, she sat there, she started to answer, and she stopped, and she said, I'm sorry, I'm trying to think. And then the lady tries to bail her out and says, let's take a break or let's move on to the next question. And she goes, no, I'm intrigued with this, and I want to talk through this or whatever. And so that's when you get into this other stuff. That's why that lady said, can we talk about a tennis question? Because he's the one that upset her with the question just about manage your schedule and time, and in regards to you're doing these interviews with other things, why is it so hard for a tennis? Now, he didn't say it like that, but that's what he meant. And she just didn't like the question and
I think
hurt her poor feelings.
Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Abner?
Here it is. This might be it.
That point of view.
He's
so
already...
if you could repeat that, that'd be awesome.
The question was that you're not especially fond of dealing with the media, especially in this format. You have suggested there are better ways to do it, that we'd like to try to explore that. My question, I guess, was you also have outside interests beyond tennis that are served by having.
He said, my bad. So essentially he asked the question over again. He'd asked it already, and the lady
asked for it to be repeated.
Yeah. She was like, I'm intrigued with this, and trying to be sharp. And then when he asked that again, she just broke down. It's weird.
Yeah, because she's involved in other things, and she does interviews with those things that she's doing. A lot of it is helping other people, which is positive things, and she does interviews with that. And he basically was saying, why is the tennis interview so much more difficult?
That's
why?
Exactly.
And she had just said that in her next tournament, she's going to donate her winnings to the Haiti folks from the earthquake, the victims of that. Actually, her dad is from Haiti.
Yeah.
So she has a tie to that, which is great. Great story. And you heard his tone there. I didn't think he was being
I thought it was a very good question,
yeah,
actually.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if I'm waiting on a check from her in Haiti, I wouldn't count on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if that one's ever going to get there. Because she has to play, actually, to get the check, right?
Yeah.
And she's been such a success story.
Yeah.
With her age, being part Japanese, and actually, that's where she claims her heritage is Japanese, even though she's not completely. And it's, I don't know. It's just been one of the most bizarre things. She just can't handle a question about anything.
And she said, a couple of weeks ago when she did pull out of the French, she started talking about how she doesn't like the media. She doesn't like being in front of people. She doesn't like being the center of attention and these type things. Well, then, and I get that she did all this prior to, but then she's on the cover of the swimsuit issue. For somebody that don't like attention, you're on the swimsuit cover edition. Now, I realize that all that was prior to her making this big statement. But she could have called Sports Illustrated. I don't know what kind of contract, or at least come out and make a statement about that. She waited. But here's the other thing. She had a Netflix documentary came out just a couple weeks ago, and it's about her life, and it's about a lot of this. And it's like, you're looking as if somebody that starved for attention, not this I don't want to talk to anybody. Yeah. It's really strange.
Well, if you don't lose to a couple more people rated in the 40s and 50s, you won't have to worry about it.
I'm going to tell you what's going on with her, and this may hurt some feelings, but it is what it is. She is the female Kaepernick. She is dating this rapper, just like with Kaepernick. He was dating that chick that was a civil rights person and brought him all into this. He didn't want to be, really. Well, this is going on with her too. She has gone over on this side with this guy, this rapper, and he's brought her into all this stuff that she has no business being in. It at least in her public, she can do that on the side, but don't bring it into what.
But she didn't really have a passion for it before.
No, she didn't.
What?
He's weird too.
But she's not out there for any causes.
Yeah, she is too. She's a lot of the Black Lives Matter stuff that he's a part of.
Well, I saw her wearing her headbands,
wearing masks and all this, and I don't know which big tournament.
But that hadn't been what the questions are about. Most of them have been tennis questions.
No, I know.
Yeah, I don't get it. Maybe you're just not
that was her
ready
boyfriend,
for that
by the way,
spotlight.
that you were seeing there.
What was it?
That was her boyfriend.
It's
bizarre. she seems so sweet and so genuine, and then you have these meltdowns. She's not very stable at all. Let's just call it.
Just answer the question.
Yeah.
Ricky Williams called.
Yeah.
Hey, great example.
Maybe she needs to sit there with sunglasses. It's not answered.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us as we make our way forward. Phone calls coming in. You can be part of it at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and Sherry is standing by. Sherry, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Fantastic.
We're great. Hope you're good.
I'm fine, but I'm a little distressed over y'all's attitude about mental health issues.
Well, now let's be clear.
I love y'all. I've been listening for over 20 years.
Okay.
But y'all need to stop talking about people who have mental health issues that you obviously have no understanding.
First of all, Sherry, let me ask you this. What makes you think I don't have any understanding about mental health issues? As if I've just lived my whole life. I've never had any family members that dealt with it, never had any friends that dealt with it, never had people I've counseled who did. Where do you come to that conclusion?
That hasn't happened.
Hey, Sherry.
What?
Sherry, I'm going to tell you that I'm very familiar with mental health issues, so your assumption on that is wrong. So what's the next part?
Well, I'm very sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
Don't make assumptions.
But I hope you don't treat your family members who have those problems the way y'all talk about Naomi Osaka and Simone Biles. That's the two that have upset me the most recently.
Be specific about what we've said. No, we have not.
Please.
We haven't made fun of them. I even said that I know the things that Simone Biles have been through have been traumatic, and said I'm not trying to make light of that. But what I'm talking about is I know a lot of people who have been through traumatic things that persevere. They do what they are called to do, or if they can't do it, then they don't enter into that arena. And first of all, when did you come to the diagnosis that these two women have been diagnosed as having mental illness?
People can have symptoms of mental illness.
Have they been diagnosed as having mental illness? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay, then.
Naomi has.
But you just called up here and accused us of being insensitive to people who have mental health issues, and you don't even know if they have them.
Sherry, too, we pointed out with Simone Biles, there is a little bit a difference when you're flying through the air. You're
Yes,
10,
y'all
12
did
foot
make a
off.
lot of progress
Sherry,
from the
let me
first
talk.
day.
Pot her down, Rick. I'm going to talk.
Sure, you got to have a
Sherry,
conversation.
Yeah, we let you talk, and we just let you have the floor. And then when we're going to talk, you have to show us that same courtesy. That's all I'm asking
Especially
for.
if you're accusing us of something so heinous.
With Simone Biles, we don't like the fact that she was the leader of the Olympic gymnast team and went and then decided to take herself out. But there is an exception there, in that what she does is very dangerous. She's flying through the air. She's 12 foot off the ground, spinning and turning. And if she's got the yips, maybe she does need to take herself out. We even acknowledge that. Now, with Osaka, if you are going to compete at the highest level in the tennis world, and if you're going to be the highest paid female in the world, you know that meeting the public and the press is part of that. That is part of that game. And if it disturbs you that much, you probably don't need to be in that job. That's simple. That's not being mean. That's just being honest. Sherry, it's your
You
turn.
there?
Yeah, it's your turn.
Okay, I didn't know if I was released or not.
Yeah, when Bubba stopped talking, or if I stop talking, then you can, and then we'll stop when you stop.
Okay, thank you. I just know that there are exceptions, and people give a benefit of the doubt and a pass to people for other, quote, disabilities. But it's hard to explain why one person's question to Naomi might be fine, and the next one might trigger something that she doesn't understand even. So we obviously can't. I just wish y'all would cut people who have these issues some slack and not be so critical of how they react when it's something they can't help. I think it would be a good idea to maybe have a podcast sometime with someone who is an expert in mental health issues and talk about some of this.
I will say this, Sherry. I do think maybe that you're lumping these women in to things that are much more serious. I think you're making some assumptions. The thing you have to look at in our society right now too is we are getting to the point. Now, I'm not saying these two ladies are in this situation, and I don't know of any diagnosis they've had that they're mentally ill. But if you look into today's society, we are changing the landscape to where, for some reason, it's become desired to be a victim, and to celebrate being a victim, and to celebrate, that I'm in the middle of some sort of struggle, and instead of pushing through it and trying to overcome it, the thing to do now is just.
Oh, I agree with that in lots of situations.
Yeah, and so what I don't know is whether this situation is that, and I have allowed and said if it's not, understand or not, and I don't think you know it either. So to give them a blanket pass, I think is wrong, and to be overly critical is probably wrong. And what we've tried to do is balance the both.
And Sherry, if you think about it too, these are people. And again, I'm going to take Simone Biles out of that because I think there is some exception for the danger of what she's doing. But with Osaka, we haven't busted in her house and sitting there laughing at her, making fun of her. She's the one that has put her on this stage. She is the one that knew that celebrity and making $60, $70 million a year comes with doing interviews. We didn't make the rules up. And honestly, if it's that disturbing to her, she needs to quit and do something else. And she's got plenty of money. She's set for life.
And I think Helmsy made a good point. I don't really understand if I was trying to take attention away from myself and I just wanted to play tennis, I'm probably not on the Sports Illustrated cover in a bathing suit. I'm probably not. I'm trying to minimize the attention I'm drawing to myself if it is a struggle for me. I mean, that just makes sense to me. I understand her saying, look, I just want to play tennis. Well, then just play tennis. And if it's...
Can I say one more thing?
Right. Yes.
Pardon? I just hope that the kind of attitude it sounds like y'all have about her doesn't carry over to people in everyday life who have, you don't have to be diagnosed as mentally ill to have mental health issues. And be careful about how you make light of things that people can't help and may not know are going to be a problem when they start out doing something.
Well, and I would
comes later.
Right, and I hear what you're saying. And I would also, on your point, don't be overly sensitive and assume that we have no experience with this whatsoever, because we do.
Yeah, and keep in mind, these are not the first two public figures that had mental illness or mental symptoms to them.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of other ones who worked through it.
Yep. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. You can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Your phone calls coming in now. I do want to, before we talk to you, and Greg, I talked about this yesterday when you were away, the Helix mattress that you and Lisa have. I mean, y'all loving it.
We do. Lisa can't quit talking about it. She's all about it, too.
She likes to snuggle up with her man.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but she loves that Helix mattress. I'll tell you that.
I wish I could see her face right now.
Oh, she'd be so embarrassed.
I like to snuggle up in my Helix.
But I'm the same way. I mean, it makes it tougher to get up every day. I've told you that 1,000 times.
It does. I mean, you sleep better. And if you go to rickandbubba.com, you'll see the link there. But go to directly, if you will, to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Great company from North Carolina. This is the same bunch that brought us Allform, the furniture that they ship. This is their mattress, and it is it's customized to you. They'll ask you how you sleep. You sleep on your back, your stomach, your side. Also, they'll ask you what type of firmness you want, soft, medium, hard. And then they send you a mattress designed the way you sleep, and you will love it. You got 100 nights to sleep on it. If you don't love it, you can send it back and get a full refund. We'll save you an additional $200 if you go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, and you can get a truly amazing sleep with helixsleep.com/Bubba. And I told you that link's at rickandbubba.com too. Under the sponsors. You can join us, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to speak with you right now. To Rockford we go. Eric is standing by. Eric, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Hello, Eric.
Hi, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
I want to respond to the lady that y'all had on last segment.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I'm a veteran. I've got TBI and PTSD.
Yes.
All right, y'all have never been disrespectful to anybody with any kind of mental illness at any time that I know of. Talking about the Simone Biles and the other girl, I listen to y'all every day. Y'all have not said anything out of the way. Y'all have not said anything that was disrespectful to either one of them.
I didn't think so either. I thought there was some hypersensitivity. And I think what it is now, we've gotten into the point, and obviously, Sherry probably has some things in her family and her life that make her sensitive about it. And I certainly acknowledge that and want to be sensitive to that too. And but I think sometimes you almost have to kind of leave that arena too, because we can go inside this room and talk about all the different traumas that we've all been through, the traumas you've been through, sir. And there, hey, we could write a library of books on trauma that we've all been through and people we love have been through, and certainly can have an impact on you. Certainly, mental illness. There's none of us here that have been touched by it in some way. We know that it's real. We know that it's difficult. Our mental health, hopefully we're doing better with that as a country. Some of the things we've done in the past were horrible, but the problem is now that we're treating any difficulty. We're using phrases like mentally ill. Well, no, maybe not necessarily. It may be that, people have difficulty, like I think we all have. I know that I was telling the guys, my wife doesn't have an easy time public speaking. But she, for her to prepare for something and me prepared for something is completely different. But she overcomes it because she knows she's been called to do it and does it and doesn't do it as often as I, because it's harder for her, and she would prefer to write. But that doesn't mean that she can't do it. And I think what's happening now is that when we face something that's difficult, there's a big difference in I have difficulty with something and I'm mentally ill. And I think I think it's unfair to assume if somebody has difficulty with something that means they're mentally ill. And I think that goes back to a lot of things we're doing wrong. That may be disrespectful to people who are truly mentally ill. But there are times that just because you have difficulty with something, you need to be encouraged to overcome it or don't do it. And so we're getting to a point now where it's like what you went through, sir, serving us in the military, the men who stormed the beach at Normandy. We're almost getting to the point now where if something is too difficult for you, we just say, well, don't worry about it. It's like it's not fair to ask anybody to persevere. It's not fair to ask anybody to cope. It's not fair to ask anybody to overcome difficulty. We should just all realize it's just too difficult, and they should walk away from it, and we should applaud them from walking away from it. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that's the same thing as mental illness, and that was where I respectfully disagree. And I don't think we've been mean about it because we've tried to present it in that same way. But we can't move into a society that every time something's difficult for me, I quit. And then everybody applauds me for quitting. Mm-hmm. Sometimes a great way to serve somebody is to come alongside them and teach them how to overcome it, and talk about how you overcame something. We've all got stuff we have to overcome, and it's difficult to say, well, the minute somebody mentions that, there's nothing, you can't be against it, or you can't ask any questions. I think that's a discredit because we got people one day it's going to have to be somebody's daddy, somebody's mama. They're going to have to be the adults that run in this country and take on responsibility of difficulty. And these two young ladies certainly have a tough time, and if they do, I hope they can work through it. But just like, I know that personally in our life, I don't pretend because I've been through trauma that I have the corner market on suffering and difficulty. We all got stuff, and nobody's got the corner market on it. And having to persevere through something that's hard for you to persevere through. I got things that are more difficult for me than they are from other people. I've got, we talked about this. We have members of our families that things are difficult for them that aren't difficult for other people. But they didn't just say, well, it's so difficult, I guess I just won't do it. Yeah. You work through it. Let's go to Jeremiah out of Birmingham, Alabama. Jeremiah, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey guys. Hey Rick, the other day I saw you. I'm a pastor out in McCullough, but I saw you at a Nova Coffee counseling a young man, a young African American, and I believe his name was Sean.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I just wanted to first of all, on kind of the heels of what Sherry said and everything, being a pastor and doing counseling myself, I think it's important to recognize. I was touched to see you. Counseling a young man after I know you get up very early on those days to do this show, and yet you were taking time out to do that. And I think it's important to recognize for listeners to recognize that just seeing you going through the book a well-known book that you were going through with this young man and mentoring him and discipling him, it's important to recognize that, you do have I'm assuming Bubba is the same way, does have a lot of experience when it comes to understanding people's mental state and where they are health-wise, and for people not to just discredit that, I guess.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. It's it's an honor. It's one of those things. Sometimes I think back to, I don't know if you ever read the book The Insanity of God.
Yes.
So do you remember the moment where the guy who didn't have the background that his wife had, where she grew up in the church and her family all been missionaries and she knew all about it, and he had never been raised in the church. He was dropped off there as a babysitter. And on Easter, he heard the gospel, and he's like, why is everybody here not going crazy? This is the greatest thing I've ever heard. So he repents and submits to the authority of Christ. Well, he shows up at the International Mission Board, and they ask the wife, why are you going into the mission field? Well, she gives her whole resume. And then they asked him, he said, because the Bible said to. Mm-hmm. And so that's kind of the way that, older men are supposed to be mentoring younger men. We're supposed to be making disciples. That's what we're told to do. So that's not burdensome, but to your point, it does mean that you get into people's life, and they have to allow you to speak into their life, and people speak into my life. But you know what that means? We see a lot of difficulty. If you've ever done any kind of ministry, you've ever led a life group or a Sunday school class, whatever you call it, certainly with the things that we're doing with men's ministry, you get in a lot of difficult messes, and you do get an opportunity to work with people and work through it. So you're right. But it's really no more.
As a listener, as a fan of your show, I just wanted to point out that that's behind the scenes stuff that people aren't seeing in your everyday time that I just happened to stumble across that day. And so when a caller basically calls and says you're being so dogmatic about something, that really isn't the case. And this is something behind the scenes that I saw just walking through a coffee shop. And just wanted to point that out.
Well, thanks.
So,
And it's an honor, and that this young man is helping me in my life too. It's working both ways, but and we're brothers in Christ, trying to be the men that only God can make us. But thank you for that, because don't assume that we don't get our hands dirty, and it's not things that we need to come on the air and trumpet and march around and say, look at all this, but this assumption that we make about people, you don't know what anybody's life's really like. So don't start off when you're trying to say something with something accusatory, because somebody may have more of an idea what they're talking about than you have any idea. But you're certainly free to criticize, though. No problem with that. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Phone troll. Anything you want to talk about, let go. Let go. I say, hey, mama, this is Mr. Rhythm and Blues.
That might be the funniest picture I've seen today.
Oh, it's a dandy. All right, so there's lines available for you, 866 We Be Big, and so you can
Rick,
get it.
I just got to share this,
That's good.
and I don't know who sent it here.
Golly, it's
Joey.
good.
This is funny.
That's so good.
We have a picture of the Taliban in the presidential palace, which we've all seen. They're there, and they got all the garb on. They got their guns. And one of them is standing there holding a sign that says, "We want Bama."
That is hilarious.
That is fantastic.
I mean, let's face it, they're 2-0 against the big ones.
Oh, gosh, that's good. Of course, that leads me over to Babylon B. You ready for some dandies over here? Biden demands whoever the president is to take full responsibility for this mess.
That's a good one.
a good one, too.
Taliban enjoys deep belly laugh over diversity training materials left behind by the U.S. military.
Yeah, I bet they have. I bet they have.
That's a good one. Health officials warn of a mysterious infertility crisis among trans women.
Oh, wow. That's funny.
All right. So
think about this, too. The Taliban has defeated the Soviet Union in a 10-year ground war and has now basically run the U.S. out after 20 years.
No, wow.
Or took over after we left. I mean, but still, it looks like they're 2-0 if you just keep in score. That's incredible if you think about it, with no Air Force. None.
All right, so wow. Oh gosh, that's funny.
But they have a lot of Toyota trucks.
They do,
and a lot of rocket
they
propel
like
grenades.
Shoulder launch.
Can I tell you something? That picture slayed me.
Did you see the one where they were taking over somewhere, and they had a guy on the ground, and a couple of them are holding AR 47s on him, and one guy's holding a shoulder launch rocket propelled grenade at him, like he's going to shoot him with that if he doesn't act right. Does he realize that'll blow the whole crowd up?
Oh man,
you know that's a genius right there.
All right, so to the phones we go. It's real good. South Carolina, Matt standing by. Matt, 30 seconds, brother. Go right ahead.
I hold in my hand a brand new autographed copy of the United for Victory devotional. I just want to tell you guys, thank you guys a million. And anybody out there that's been on the fence about this, grab it. You will not be disappointed. Love you guys. Thank you so much.
Look, Lance Ingram put a ton of work into that. If you've ever tried to get 42 men to turn in 42 different devotionals on 42 different topics, I bet he'll never take that on.
I know how many times he called me. So if you multiply that by 42,
he said it was unbelievable. He said, you know how men really get around to stuff. Hey, how about took him 3 years?
And they ain't busy. They ain't got a thing to do.
Hey,
you know?
Took him 3 years.
Oh no.
Let's go to Leon in Nashville.
Leon
wears his war wound like a crown. Leon, go ahead, buddy.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, listen, I got a Rick and Bubba sticker on the back of one of my cars, and the other day my wife was leaving work in that car, and the guy blocked her and jumped out of the van and said, "Hey, I love Rick and Bubba. I've been on the show and actually been on a segment." Well, I've been there 3 times, guys, and haven't been on a segment, so I need y'all to line that up.
Okay.
That's funny.
Let's go to Earl out of Alabaster, listening to ZZK. Earl, go ahead.
Hey guys, just a quick note on something about the mental health, mental awareness. If being a coach and I have 3 grandsons that are playing sports, if they had that same attitude playing sports, we'd never have a quarterback that ever started, because they don't think a quarterback's got pressure. It starts in little ones with that and goes all the way through pros. I don't know anybody that's under more pressure. Or you come take a picture, it's in the 9th inning trying to get a closer. Get Todd Jones on there and see if he was ever under pressure.
Yeah.
Doing that pitch in the World Series. I mean, you got to teach them sometimes. Just like I taught my grandsons. You're going to start, you're going to finish it. You're not going to quit. It's not an option. You're going to keep going because you can do it. Now, this thing that this lady's coming up with, that's the chicken side of America. I don't believe in that one bit. And I don't appreciate her calling up and chastising you, because I've listened to it. I didn't hear you say anything derogatory.
Yeah, I didn't think we did. But in all fairness, though, it is different, and I acknowledge that, to have true mental illness and to just have a difficult time with something. And we do need those are two different things. But I think we're too quick sometimes to call something mental illness when maybe it's just the difficulties of life that you talked about that people have to learn to overcome. And I'm certainly not a doctor to know which one it is.
Right.
But it's okay to say that it's not always, there needs to be some diagnosis. People have difficulty doing things of all types of things. We continue. Michael in Birmingham. Michael, go ahead.
Hey, yes, sir. Green Acres. I was just calling about the picture of the Afghan leaders in the Taliban leaders in the Afghan office. Most of them are holding M4 American rifles. Some of them do have the AKs, but a lot of them are holding the M4. They've got our guns and everything.
Yeah, the ones we paid for. It's really a sweet situation.
If you outfit the Afghan army and then they lay them on the ground and run away from them, they'll take them.
Yeah,
they sure will. I mean, wouldn't you? Look right there.
The other footage you need to see today, because you have to find some comedy in this disaster, is the Taliban at the amusement park where they're all riding the bumper cars and the Ferris wheel. Need to see that.
I bet no women get to ride.
Doesn't look like it.
There it is.
There it is.
They're packed in those bumper cars, buddy.
Just they're having time of their life.
Oh, yeah. Can't believe it.
Go ahead, Rick.
Jason, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Look right there.
Oh, my goodness.
Hold your
Jason.
guns.
Jason, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey.
I guess the Toyota trucks got old. All right, go ahead.
Hey, just wanted to wish my wonderful, awesome, Jesus-loving wife, Mia, a happy 25th anniversary.
Right. 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. To Garrett in
25.
Montgomery, I-92. Garrett, go ahead.
Good one.
Please look.
Hey, I was going to say real quick, you see all those Taliban people running around, taking selfies with their little cute little guns. Why don't all of y'all take a selfie of y'all holding y'all's guns, and we can compare who has the best ones and who can actually use them. Roll Tide!
Okay. Hey, have you seen the AP poll today? It's just like the rest of them, bam at the top. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
Hey,
Nobody, and Rick, nobody saw it coming. That's what a shocker.
Well, no,
Couldn't believe it.
Nobody thought we could do it.
The fun I had, the fun I had.
Everybody expected you to. Every single person.
It's one of my favorite things about our state. Alabama has won how many national championships?
Bunch.
And in every single one of them, they always say, nobody thought we could do it.
I believe you're incorrect.
Everybody expect. They're 92, I'll give you that one. That one, nobody saw that one coming. But,
True.
but most of them, everybody saw coming. That's why you're ranked number one in just about every poll in the last
and deservingly.
decade. And deservingly.
And deservingly so.
But no one's surprised when Bama wins another one. A Roll Tide. Top of the hour. Thank you for being with us. I hope you have an outstanding day if you're leaving us. If you're going to keep grabbing some Rick and Bubba content, then have at it. Rick, how do I get all the content that I miss live? Find it at rickandbubba.com. You'll see it all right there. All the different places you can go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and